Sure.
Okay. Testing microphone. 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check. 1, 2. Testing microphone. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Yes. Testing microphone. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing, testing, testing. for. I see quite a number of people who look very, very young. I'm not saying old people here. So it goes to show that we are aging well and we are aging healthier. And of course, as we listen to speakers address us today, it would be a win-win situation for every one of us. My name is Omotayo Okeome, and it's indeed an honor to be the master of ceremony for this very important event. As we move on, for those of us who are not familiar with this hall, I'd just like to say that the convenience, if you'd like to use the convenience, you go out straight by my left, and just by the corner here, you find the gents and the ladies. And this hall has two exits, one at my immediate left and the other at the extreme. And for the purpose of this conversation, we'd like to minimize every distraction as possible. I'd like for us to kindly put our phones on silence or vibration mode so as not to disrupt the flow of this event. Thank you very much. And before we go straight into all the formalities of the program, and particularly starting with the opening prayer, I'd just simply like to acknowledge our distinguished guest. Clearly, everyone seated here is a very, very important guest because we invited you and we ensure that you are present here. So if your name is not mentioned, please don't take it for anything. It's just clearly because of time, we can't clearly mention the names of everyone seated here. So our distinguished guests, first I'd like to acknowledge the host for this event. Our team and her have clearly worked together to ensure that this is a success. And I'd like us to put our hands together for the founder, medical director, JBS Medical Care Services and JBS Gerontology Center. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Olutoyin Akonde Ajala. She's the pretty woman on red. Dr. Toyin, could you wave for those who don't know you? Thank you so much, Dr. Toyin Akonde Ajala. Also, for a woman who takes this program very seriously and takes everything that JBS is about and stands for very seriously. She has quite a number of engagements, but she chose to be here because of the importance she puts to this event. Please give a resounding applause to Her Excellency, the First Lady of Ekiti State, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. Ogun State, actually, I beg your pardon. First Lady of Ogun State, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. Please, a round of applause for her. Against all odds, she ensured that she is here. And you should also know that she's a patron of JBS Elderly Care Foundation Africa. Shows how much she values this gathering. You're very much welcome, ma'am. Also, I have the honor of acknowledging another important guest, and he's here because he's very passionate about what JBS is doing, and is also here to collaborate and share his solidarity to what we're doing here. And this person actually happens to be the patron of the Ondo State Committee on Aging. And what he particularly involves in doing is that his committee ensures that they are able to domesticate the National Assembly Act of 2018 as it pertains to aging. Please put your hands together for Senator Dr. Bode Olajumoke. Thank you. You're very much welcome. And so I have the honor of acknowledging another patron of the center, one who is very intrinsic to the success that we are recording here. And very much you would hear him speak at a later time during the event. And he's also here with his lovely wife. Please put your hands together for Otumba Bimbo Ashiru and Mrs. Kemi Ashiru. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you. And here we equally have the Honorable Minister of State, who is here, Minister of State for Health, who is here represented by the MD-CEO Federal Medical Center, Ebute Meta. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Adedamola Dada. You're welcome. And finally, for now, as I get more names, I'll do well to acknowledge. I have the honor of acknowledging the representative of the Honorable Minister for Health. He's here represented by his SA, Ms. Mojoyin Adebajo. A round of applause for her, Ms. Mojoyin. Okay, I guess she stepped out. All right, we would move on very quickly. And before we take the national anthem, the first stanza of the national anthem, I'd like for someone to. What did you say, ma'am? Oh, I mean the refurbished or the old new national anthem. The sound will help us, so don't be scared. The sound guys are ready to help us with that. So we'll just take the opening prayer, and I would hand over the mic to her. So let's just be ready as we invite Miss for opening prayer.
Good morning, everybody. Can we bow our heads in prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for this event. We commit it to your hands. And we decree and declare this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you, Almighty Father, because we know without any doubt that everything's going to go perfectly well, and people will be touched, and lives will be changed. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Thank you very much. Please round of applause for Mrs. Shade Ladelegon for that opening prayer. So let's be on our feet as we observe the first stanza of the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Please have your seat. And it's so nice to see people sing the old, new national anthem. In some gathering, you'd see some people chewing their mouths, but I'm really excited that we could sing the anthem. All right, so we'll move on to the next item on the program, which is the welcome address. But let me seize this opportunity to actually acknowledge major sponsors. Clearly, we had quite a number of people who supported this event by way of donation, one way or the other. But I'll just mention this few as major sponsors. We have FCC Healthcare. Please a round of applause for them. We have Duchess International Hospital and Evercare Hospital Lekki, amongst other sponsors. And of course, the sponsorship of this event could not have gone far without the support of our patron, who I said takes this very seriously and is always willing to help when it comes to making this program a success. So please put your hands together as I make welcome our hosts to give the welcome address at this event, Dr. Olutoyin Akonde Ajala. A round of applause for her as she comes forward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. Welcome to the Healthier Aging Conference 2024. It's a pleasure to see so many of you here so early. Thank you very much. I hear that the president is in town, so there's a roadblock at Falomo. So hopefully, at some point soon, we'll have everybody here present. But this is a great turnout so far. Thank you. I pray that as you have honored this invitation, God will honor you also. This is such a big thing for us, myself and my team. I stand on existing protocol, and before I go further, even though I know they've been recognized already, there are a number of people physically present here that I really must recognize and appreciate. First, the beautiful First Lady of Ogun State. Now, today is a big day in Ogun State, and she's here. She is my big sister. She supports everything I do. If every First Lady was like her, I think the country would have moved forward far beyond where we are, not wanting to cause any controversy. But yes, round of applause for Her Excellency, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. I have to go in age order now, and I'm going to Senator Dr. Bode Olajumoke. He is a family friend. He is a notable lawyer, philanthropist, politician, and he is here today as the patron of the National Assembly Act on Aging for Ondo State. He is super excited with anything that has to do with aging. He's going to be 80 years old very soon. He doesn't look it. We're going to ask him for his secrets in a minute. He's very close to my parents who are also online. I know my dad is online for sure. And so please put your hands together for my dad because I know he's online. And my mom. No favoritism. Next, I have to recognize Otumba Bimbo Ashiru. I call him Bros Bin. He is an astute banker, financier. He is the chairman of the Odua Group, and he is my staunch supporter. If Bros Bim says we should do it this way, we do it that way. Anything I don't do, if I don't do what he says, it doesn't work out. So he's here with my beautiful big sister, Mrs. Kemi Ashiru. I've got my brothers and sisters here. I've got Simi, I've got Shiji Adeyinka, I've got Yinka, who's one of our moderators. Please put your hands together for all of them. I also recognize each and every one of you for coming here. It's not easy, you know, coming out. Bank holiday, well, we call it bank holiday in the UK. It's a public holiday here. The Healthier Aging Conference was birthed in 2019 with our first conference here in Lagos, and it is a platform for promoting early interventions so that we can prevent physical, mental, and financial decline as we get older. As a geriatrician, I know that the majority of people who are enjoying their older years now invested something when they were in their 30s, 40s, 50s, even 70s. They invested physically, mentally, and financially. So it is my passion and my goal to ensure that as many people as possible get the information they need, or should I say we need, to start doing the right things, so that our older years are spent in good health, happiness, peace, and sound mind. Rest assured that whatever age you are, there are things you can do right now that will make your years ahead easier, happier, and better. There's a saying that goes, it is not the years in the life, but the life in the years that count. That is the whole essence of this conference. The theme of this conference, 2024, is Take Action Now for a No Regrets Old Age. And for this conference, as they say in Nigeria, I went to market. I went to market to get us fantastic speakers and moderators. Some people wanted to join these panels, but you know, there was no space. So every single speaker and moderator here is a giant in the field of medicine. So we're going to learn how to navigate to a healthier long life, physically, mentally, and financially. Since our maiden conference in 2019, there have been many changes. You know, we all survived the pandemic of 2020. And then since then, there seems to be an epidemic of young, middle-aged sudden death, incurable cancer, memory problems. These are things that we have to address. It's an epidemic in Nigeria. We need to work on it. Another change that has happened since 2019 is we now have JBS Gerontology Center. It's the first private geriatric hospital in Nigeria, the first private specialist center for the older age group. And in that center, we have launched what we call a middle age clinic, which is to address things like screening and early interventions for things such as memory impairments, mobility issues, and other issues that are affecting middle-aged adults in Nigeria now. I'll touch on that later. We also have a healthier aging network, which we'll be introducing later. On that note, I conclude my welcome, and I hand over to our brilliant compere, Omotayo Okewumi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you so much. And just like she said, she went to market to source for resource person. And so we should be assured that we are in for a time of our life. No time here is a waste of time, as there's a lot for us to gain from the conversation that would be gleaning on today. So on that note, I'd like you to look to your neighbor by the right and the left and tell the person, take action now for a no regrets old age. So we need to say it like we mean it now. So take action now for a no regrets old age. Thank you so much. We clearly look good, and I'm so certain that old age is definitely going to be a walk in the park. So for the next item on the program, we have the address, the keynote address, and that would be done by no other person than the patron of this great initiative. So with a resounding applause, I'd like us to welcome the First Lady, Her Excellency, First Lady of Ogun State, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. A round of applause for her. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. It's morning, still morning. It's nice to see everybody here bright and early, and all of us are looking nice and young, like Dr. Olajumoke, who is almost 80. When I walked in, I saw him sitting there, and Tony took me to my seat, and I wasn't sure whether to kneel down or not to kneel down. I thought, okay, this guy looks like he's about 40 something. Let me just greet him like a normal person. When he now told me who he was, and then he told me his age, I gasped and I dropped on my knees. I hope that we all look like this when we grow up, sir. So I'm going to stand up on existing protocols. I'm not going to go through the protocol list. Everybody here is important, and I'm really, really happy to be here. It is with great honor that I join the founder and the board of JBS Elderly Care Foundation, Africa, to welcome you to the 2024 edition of the Healthier Aging Conference. As a patron of the foundation, I'm immensely thankful for the progress we are making towards our mission of improving the lives of our elderly population. This year's theme, Take Action Now for a No Regrets Old Age, resonates profoundly with this mission. And I'm sure this conference will inspire us to do more in our partnerships and interventions for the elderly. Before we get into the heart of today's conference, I want to take a moment to reflect on our journey so far. In October 2020, we gathered for the inaugural Healthier Aging Conference themed Surviving the Next Pandemic, What to Do Now. It was a time of uncertainty, yet it marked the beginning of a movement dedicated to the well-being of our elderly. Our discussions were not just theoretical, they were the catalyst for real, impactful action. Following that, the JBS Elderly Care Foundation has consistently demonstrated its commitment through various initiatives. Our yearly walks have become a symbol of solidarity and a means to draw national attention to the plight of our underprivileged elderly. The Adopt a Gran food drives have provided essential support, ensuring that many elderly individuals do not go to bed hungry. I am happy to see that the food drive is expanding to many parts of the country through an ever-increasing network of partners and sponsors. Thank you to all the partners and thank you to all the sponsors. I want to express my sincere thanks to them for their generosity in supporting this cause. In March 2021, we witnessed the official launch of the JBS Elderly Care Foundation Africa. It was a significant milestone, further solidified by the establishment of the Gerontology Center in Lekki, Lagos, only a few months ago. This center, the first of its kind, offers specialized care and support to our elderly population, especially those suffering from dementia and other age-related conditions. Today, as we gather here once again, we are reminded of the crucial role that healthcare plays in the lives of our elderly. The theme of this year's conference, Take Action Now for a No Regrets Old Age, calls us to reflect on our collective responsibility. It is a call to action, a reminder that we must ensure that the elderly among us live their remaining years with dignity, security, and without regret. The elderly have given decades of their lives to work, to their families, and to the development of our society. They deserve our care and support for their health and well-being. I said during the launch of the Gerontology Center that both religion and tradition tells us that it is the right thing to do. It's not just a matter of charity. It is a moral obligation. Our elderly should not face their twilight years with regret or fear, but with assurance that they are valued and they are cared for. As much as we know that in our younger years, we are meant to plan for retirement and old age, we know that all fingers are not equal and many end up needing help. As a society, therefore, we must foster an environment that celebrates and contributes to our seniors and ensures that their latter years are marked by dignity and respect. To achieve this, we must strengthen the collaboration between the government and the private sector. The government must continue to develop policies that prioritize elderly care, ensuring that healthcare services are accessible and affordable. The private sector, on the other hand, can play a pivotal role by providing the resources, the expertise, and innovative solutions necessary to complement government efforts. One key area where this partnership can make a significant impact is in the provision of comprehensive healthcare services tailored to the needs of the elderly. This includes mental, physical, financial, and emotional support. I'll pause there. My grandmother passed away about 5 years ago. Five years ago, yes. Before she passed away, she spent the latter part of her years, she was about 92. She spent the latter part of her years, alone, pretty much. She had a lot of grandchildren, children, but as far as I was concerned, she was alone. I didn't have time for her. My siblings didn't have time for her. Her children are abroad. Grandchildren are all over the place. I mean, the times I used to go and see her, I used to feel so sad and afraid for myself because I would look and I would think, hey, so when I grow, this is my grandmother who in her heydays was up and about, and she lived in Lagos all her life, so she was a Lagosian to the core. But she now became fragile and old, and and she would say, oh, Wakimi, lágbájá mi ò tíì rí, tẹ̀mẹ̀dò mi ò tíì rí, ẹni tó ń tọ́jú mi yẹn ó gbá mi lójú. She now became vulnerable, and I became extremely terrified of old age. And I wouldn't say that was how it was until she died. But we kept changing hands. Somebody is looking after her. And old people too, they have their own wahala. Everything is wrong with anything that anybody does. So sometimes you're not able to say for sure that it is mama that is the troublesome person, or whether it is the caretaker that is actually truly abusive. So it's not something that I look forward to, because I am afraid of that. I mean, that kind of, I know I will not end up like that by God's grace. But I hope that as we grow older, aside from taking care of ourselves physically, we need to take care of the older people mentally. Many of them are very sound. It's not everybody that has dementia. Many of them are very, very sound. They have, photographic memory. My father, for instance, he's 85. When he sit down with him to talk, he will tell you about things that happened, and he'll give you dates and time. I can't remember many things I cannot remember. He'll tell you he has, is it long distance memory and near distance memory? He remembers everything. So some of the old people are like that. All they just want is people to come and sit down with them, talk with them, love them, care for them, tell them about what is going on. Discuss, not tell them, because they know what's going on. They all spend their time reading the newspapers or on their transistor radios. They know what's going on. But they like to be engaged. So I hope that we would produce a generation of young people who will appreciate their older people. It's not about just giving them money or providing enough for them, or taking them to, putting them in a home or whatever, just taking care of their physical needs. But their mental needs are very, very, very important. So I'll continue. One key area where this partnership can make a significant impact is in the provision of comprehensive healthcare services tailored to the needs of the elderly. This includes mental, physical, financial, and emotional supports. Initiatives like Adopt a Grand program have shown that targeted supports can make a tremendous difference. We need more of such programs, expanded and replicated across the country to ensure no elderly person is left behind. Moreover, we must invest in preventive health care to mitigate the onset of age-related diseases. Regular health checkups, fitness programs, and educational campaigns about healthy aging are very, very essential. Early intervention can prevent many health issues from becoming severe, thereby reducing the overall burden of our healthcare system. All of these require our collective efforts. Government bodies, private organizations, non-profits, communities, and individuals to build a society that honors and supports its elderly population. In closing, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Olutoyin Ajala and her team at the JBS Elderly Care Foundation for their compassion and their dedication, their resilience, their tenacity. Your work is transforming lives and setting a standard for elderly care in Nigeria and beyond. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
So while Our Excellency remains, I'd like for Dr. Toyin Center to please come forward. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Health, please come forward. We'll have a quick group photograph with dignitaries. And Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, kindly step forward. And if we have members of the board of JBS present, kindly join the quick group photograph. Okay. You need them to move to the center. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Please, let's give a resounding applause for Her Excellency. Thank you so much, ma'am. And you could tell, it's been taken by your assistant. Thank you, ma'am. You could tell that the reason for our support for this foundation is clearly born out of passion and a good understanding of what this really means. And I'm glad to have each and every one of us here seated to be a part of this conversation we're having today. So we move straight to the different sessions that we planned out today. If you have a copy of the brochure, you clearly see that we have about 5 sessions. And so there's a lot to discuss, and we do not want to stretch the time for too long. So each session will hold for 30 minutes. We have speakers, then we'll have the moderator moderates the session for 30 minutes. Then we'll equally have a time where we have question and answer segments, and that's part of the reasons why I didn't want to waste time to read the profiles of each of these speakers, because like Dr. Toyin said, everyone who would be speaking to us here is clearly a giant in the medical industry, and so their profile says it all. You could see that in the brochure. So I'll just simply invite them to come forward, then the moderator would take charge. And we believe that we'll keep to time, 30 minutes, we're done with each of the sessions so that we can clearly take all that we earlier planned to discuss. So some of our speakers are joining virtually while some will be here physically, just so when I introduce them, we'll watch out for them on the screen. The first session talks about the heart matters and the latest novel ways for preventing heart attacks and vascular events. So I'd like to start by inviting Dr. Tosin Majekodunmi, who is the Medical Director, Chief of Cardiology, Eurocare Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Tosin Majekodunmi. Join us up stage. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Also here physically to join the conversation is Dr. Afoke Isave, Isiawe. Isiawe, thank you so much, ma'am. Medical Director, Consultant, Endocrinologist, Rainbow Medical Center. Please, a round of applause. Welcome, ma'am. Thank God they didn't allow me mother the name. Thank you for joining us. And joining us virtually is an advanced specialist dietitian. We have Ms. Deborah Onoja. She's joining us virtually. When it's time, you'll see her face show on the screen. Please, a round of applause. Oh, great. Hi, Ms. Deborah. Can you hear me? It's good to have you. All right, so we also have here to moderate the session, we have Dr. Yinka Adeyinka, independent consultant in private sector. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Yinka Adeyinka. And finally, we have Kovena, who is also a medical practitioner, founder, medical director, JBS Medicare Service, JBS Gerontology Center. A round of applause for Dr. Olutoyin Akonde Ajala. All right, ma'am, welcome. So my time says 11:02. So their session should end by 11:33. It's 11:03 now, so session should end like 11:33. So we'll all will be the timekeeper. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. The first session is on heart matters. Dr. Yemi Johnson, who is meant to be here, was called out on an emergency, so he's not going to attend this. So, in October last year, we had a health talk in our church, our Savior's Church, and I happened to give the health talk, and that was on oral health. But afterwards, when I got home, the newspaper Punch headlines was talking about how the costs of drugs had gone up astronomically because of course, the exchange rate. And I got talking with one of the ladies I had a health talk with, and I said, this is a time for prevention. We need to start promoting preventive health, because just getting drugs for people that have what people commonly have, high blood pressure, diabetes, the cost has gone up astronomically, especially for those that don't even have health insurance. It's become a burden. So, Dr. Maje Kodumi, you're going to talk to us about what can we do to prevent these things getting to that stage where you have to go on these drugs, health medication drugs, high blood pressure. Also, I'd like you to talk to us about what do you have in place to detect these things? What do people need to look out for? And thirdly, the medical interventions and then the non-medical interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very timely introduction. And actually, I think you summarized the issues that we are currently facing very well. The interplay between the current economic situation and the aging population, increasing risk factors of hypertension and diabetes is really causing a crisis right now. Just as you said, I've had a number of my patients reach out to me over the last few months telling me that their drugs are working for them, they are great, but it's getting to a stage where they can no longer afford them and would like other alternatives, which of course I struggle to provide, because the reason why the drugs that they're taking work so well is because they're very effective. And clearly we would want to be in a position where we want to, as few people as possible, actually requiring these drugs. On a daily basis, I have a speech that I give to all my patients. It's the same speech. I frequently joke that I would like to record myself giving this speech and just play it for them, thus shortening my clinic times, because it's the same thing I say to them all the time. So a lot of my patients who are diagnosed with high blood pressure or diabetes, I always say there are 5 key things that everyone needs to do to try and prevent these things from happening in the first place. The first, physical exercise, physical activity. Unfortunately, I think for a lot of people, they think about physical activity as going to the gym or running a marathon or doing some of these more extreme forms of activity or physical fitness. And all the research shows that none of that is necessary. 30 minutes brisk walking every day is more than enough to significantly reduce your risk of having any of the bad things that we are talking about, whether it's high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, all the different cardiovascular events. Just that alone, nothing exciting. I frequently ask my patients where they live because, of course, where you live can play a big role in how easy it is for you to go out and take a walk. If you live in Banana Island, for example, it's very easy, whereas if you live in Isalemushi, it might be a little bit more difficult to go out for a walk for 30 minutes. But regardless, everyone should try to find time to undertake some form of physical activity on a daily basis. For those who've been to UraCare and seen me in the clinic, I frequently run up and down the stairs because I use that as my way of getting my 30 minutes in while at work, because I know that before work or after work is a no-go area. So I try and do it while I'm at work. The second thing I also mention to patients is your diet. So salt intake, very important. Whether you're hypertensive or not, we should all aim to reduce our salt intake to as little as possible to try and reduce the onset of hypertension or make your hypertension to be easier to control. Oily foods, fatty foods, increased in saturated fats, we need to reduce our intake of these. Sugar, again, this is very well known. I always say this, I'm getting older now, so when we were growing up, having a carbonated beverage was a treat, something you took once in a while. Now it's like water. It's every day, multiple times a day. It's so commonplace. These are, reducing our intake of these things is something that we can all do to again reduce our risk of metabolic syndrome, diabetes in the future. Increasing our diet with fruits and vegetables. Again, simple things, just eating salads regularly. I know that sometimes that may not be the most appealing thing to do, but it's again a very simple intervention that can again go towards reducing your risk of all these bad things that we talked about, whether high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, obesity, which again is a significant issue we find ourselves in today. So this is just a snapshot of the simple things we can do: exercise, dietary modification, and then finally, if you are in the position of having hypertension and diabetes, and I'll tell you that statistically, in this room, half of the people in this room have high blood pressure. Half, 50%. I will not ask people to raise their hands if they're on blood pressure medication, because I know a substantial number of people in this room are on that medication. If you are hypertensive or diabetic, one of the things that you can do is make sure you take your medication. I frequently feel like a school teacher in my clinic where I am giving very stern lectures to my patients who have high cholesterol or high blood pressure and telling them you must take your tablets. It is much cheaper to see me 2 or 3 times a year to make sure that your tablets, your indices are well controlled and that you're taking your tablets and you don't have any side effects, as opposed to when you have a stroke, you have a heart attack, you end up with renal failure, and then it becomes a lot more expensive and, of course, a lot more deleterious to your long-term health. So taking your tablets and also understanding, even this morning, just this morning, I've been in conversation with someone where we're having a debate about, I don't want to take medication for life. I'd like to take medication for a little while and stop. One of the things I religiously say to my patients is once you've been diagnosed with these conditions, unless a cure is developed in the near future, you are going to take these medications forever. And you need constant monitoring to ensure that you are achieving the guideline limits that we know are good for your long-term health. I think I'll stop there, just talking about the preventive things that we can all do to make sure we have a good long-term health and a good old age. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Majekodumi. There was one thing you said that struck a note with me when you mentioned exercise. So I have an experience, and it's with my husband. So he's been exercising, and then all of a sudden he starts to feel tired because his blood pressure had dropped. So now they've had to reduce his dosage that he uses. So the drugs work, exercise also works. Thank you. Dr. Isiawe, nice to meet you again. So Dr. Isiawe, a lot of people talk about diabetes, and there's some myths about diabetes, about maybe eating sugar can cause diabetes, diabetes is not exactly very serious and stuff like it only affects people with obesity. And that obesity always leads to diabetes. And then people that have diabetes cannot eat sugar. You know, you're going to talk to us about diabetes as a risk factor of cardiovascular diseases. What are the risk factors for this diabetes, for starters? And then, how do people in this room know that they're at risk of diabetes? And how can they prevent this risk? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Yinka. Good morning, everyone. Once upon a time, it was thought that diabetes was very, very rare. In fact, non-existent in Africa. But today, the story is different. In fact, one of the risk factors for diabetes in multi-ethnic society is being African in origin. In societies like America, where you have Hispanics and the other races. Diabetes is a chronic condition. I heard Dr. Tosin saying some of the patients just want to take medications for a short while. It's such that you have to take your medications every day. Not only take your medications, make sure you're meeting your numbers, your HbA1c, your fasting blood sugar, your postprandial targets, and of course the B and C, your blood pressure, your cholesterol. Make sure that they are all where they are supposed to be. Now, what are the risk factors for diabetes? We have what we call non-modifiable risk factors, things you can't do anything about. Number one, you have a family history. Your dad or your mom or your sister or your cousin or your grandpa, that increases your risk for diabetes. Number two, as we get older, advancing age puts you at a higher risk for diabetes. We've heard about sedentary lifestyle. After COVID, things changed. We have more people working from home. We have some offices where they will just do 2 or 3 physical visits a week. Sitting is now the new smoking. Inactivity. Obesity is also, I've crossed over from the things you can't do anything about, your family history, advancing age. If you had gestational diabetes when you were pregnant, you really can't do much about those. But there are things you can control that are within your power. One is inactivity. Just get moving. Dr. Tosin said on a typical day, he runs up and down the stairs. I find myself doing that as well because most of us that have table, desk, computer, you sit down in your office. Sitting is the new smoking. So just get moving. If you want to set your alarm one every hour or every 2 hours to get up and move around, to increase your level of physical activity, that will reduce your chances of coming down with diabetes. Number two, if you're overweight, work on your weight. Combination of exercise and losing about 5 to 10% of your weight will reduce your risk of coming down with diabetes. The other ones, if you have any of those chronic conditions that have been mentioned, hypertension, high cholesterol, high triglyceride level, you make sure you're taking care of yourself and you're on target. So I'll also talk about who should get screened for diabetes. We mentioned advancing age, 45 and above. But if you have a family history of diabetes, you should start screening earlier, okay? If you're living with hypertension, you should also be checking your blood sugar intermittently. If you're overweight, if you had diabetes during pregnancy, you should also check. Diet is very, very important and can contribute. We hear about the sugar-caused diabetes, and Dr. Tosin mentioned when we were growing up, those carbonated drinks we would get on Sundays or Saturdays, or some of us on Christmas Day. Now, you get it every day. So, of course, your diet is contributing. You remember I mentioned at the beginning that once upon a time, diabetes was said to be non-existent in Africa. But guess what? Our diet has changed. We are no more going to buy yam to pound. We have instant pounded yam. We are no longer going to the farm. We can just make a call and the food arrives. We have fast food shops everywhere. Our children are challenged with all sorts of pastries, all sorts of sodas and ice cream. So diet itself plays an important role in coming down with diabetes. I think I'll stop here, Dr. Yinka.
Thank you, Dr. Sheawe. You know, when you were talking about what we eat, I just remember now that the typical social person in Nigeria, when you go to a party, you have like a 7-course meal, and some people actually eat from start to the end, adding to their risk factor. Well, a topic after my heart, nutrition. We have Deborah Onoja, you're online. Can you hear us? Say hello first of all. You see, you're muted. Are you muted? We can't hear you.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I can hear. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. So, Deborah is going to speak to us on the power of a plant-based diet in promoting heart health, and then the role of plant-based diet on lowering cholesterol, reducing blood pressure, and providing anti-inflammatory effects. How to implement this plant-based diet, and she's going to address common concerns about the nutrient adequacies of this diet. So, you know, we've been talking about preventive medicine, so to speak, the cost of drugs, and the burden on the healthcare system, actually, as well. Especially now that you even have a lot of our doctors that have jackpot. So you have that we doctors are having to work extra long hours, seeing more people. There's a saying that says, eat your food as medicine, so you don't have to eat medicine as your food. Deborah, over to you.
Okay, good morning. I'll go straight to the discussion. So, with what Dr. Majakudumi and Dr. Isiawe have said, it is very evident that really diet is the major, factor that helps us to prevent the risk of cardiovascular and heart-related conditions. So diet is really key. And moving to the most common strategy for improving the preventing cardiovascular and heart conditions right now, it's plant-based diet. So the plant-based diet is the most promising innovation, is the most promising kind of diet that helps us to prevent the heart conditions and the predisposition to heart conditions and cardiovascular diseases. Now, a plant-based diet doesn't mean that you have to be a vegan. It just means that you have to have more plant-based food materials in your diet. Okay, so Dr. Isawe earlier mentioned that our diet is changing. We are having more, processed food materials than, natural food materials. And that's where, the plant-based diet comes in. The concept of the plant-based diet comes in. So the concept of the plant-based diet doesn't just mean that you eat food materials that are not animal-based. So our food materials come from plant-based sources and animal-based sources. So being on a plant-based diet doesn't mean that you have to have food materials that are not only from animal origin, but just from plant-based sources. But also consuming food materials from plant-based sources that are unprocessed, that are, even if they are processed, as minimally processed as possible, that are, close to nature as possible. So instead of doing your buying your processed yam flour, the pounded yam flour, which has been processed to an extent, but do your yam, if you want to have yam, have your pounded yam, get your yam and, pound it from scratch, from farm to table. So controlling the process, the level of processing from farm to table, how long the food takes from getting from the farm to the table where you get to eat it is one way to reduce the rate at which the food materials are processed. So plant-based food sources. Now, plant-based food sources also are high in antioxidants. You get your antioxidant basically predominantly from plant-based sources. Plant-based food sources also have, they are quite high in fiber. So plant-based sources are your whole grains, your nuts, your seeds. Those are plant-based sources. Plant-based sources come from plant sources. Animal based food materials come from animal sources. So your fruit and vegetables also come under the plant-based food sources. Now, it's okay to have more plant-based food sources, but also the quantity of the plant-based food sources and then the sources where you source them from also matters. So, of course, a lot of people are advancing towards fruit and vegetable intake. Fruit and vegetable consumption is not new anymore. People, even if they are not having enough, they know that, okay, the right thing to do is to have more fruits and vegetables. But where do you source your fruits and vegetables from, especially vegetables? I'm very particular about where my patients source their vegetables from, because the way the vegetables are grown are not the same way as which some fruits are grown. The fruits, are grown with the tree, and it takes a long time, except if the fruits are genetically modified. The fruit seeds are genetically modified, of which we can find non-GMO fruit sources in the market. But for vegetables, it doesn't take long before it is harvested. So the kind of pesticides and fertilizers that are used in vegetables can be absorbed into the leaves of the vegetables, and that makes it detrimental consuming those kind of vegetables over a period of time. So I always advocate, so in doing plant-based food sources, we have to see how to do more organic, food sources, and especially organic vegetable sources. So that's where gardening comes in. Gardening or sourcing from organic foods, organic shops, where you can, ensure that, you're having more vegetables. You should have vegetables every day as part of your everyday diet. Half of the eating plate should be vegetables if you are trying to lose weight. Half of the eating plate should be vegetables if you are trying to control your blood sugar level. If you also have heart-related problems, up to 1/3 of your plate size should, comprise of vegetables. So it means that you have vegetables every day. So if you have vegetables from, unhealthy, sources every day, it further detriments your general health and your heart health. It could lead to inflammation. It has other detrimental benefits such as cancer and the rest of them. So what we have to do is to see that we source organic vegetables. Another thing we also have to look at is, sorry, I was expecting a Q&A. So I have to answer all your questions. It's like you asked me a lot of questions in one go, so I have to, answer all the questions at once. So if you want to interject, please feel free to interject so that you can, direct what aspects you want me to cover further.
We actually have a question and
answer
coming after this session. So
okay, great. Okay. So talking about so adopting a plant-based diet and adopting a plant-based diet early is one way with which we can, see to protect our hearts, and then prevent our predisposition to heart and cardiovascular conditions. And then we also do not have to start loading ourselves with, plant-based foods, all of a sudden. We could start gradually. So it doesn't mean that you have to completely take meat off your diet, immediately. So you take it gradually, because you have it has to be a long-term adoption to see, lifelong benefits. So you take it gradually, by starting with taking a day off meat, and then, having a meatless day, like a meatless Monday, where you don't have any source of, meat at all, and you just have plant-based foods like oats, like soya milk, like beans, like whole grain rice, like your cocoyam, your sweet potato, you know, adding vegetables to these foods, having mushrooms, you know, adding chia seeds, flax seeds, you know, groundnut, cashew nuts, and, you know, nuts and seeds, you know, and having healthy forms of oil, you know, oils from olives, plant-based sources of oil, from olive, from avocado, from sesame seeds, you know, healthy sources of oil. So base one day of the week on having solely plant-based food materials, then gradually you increase the days, you know, with which you are having plant-based food materials, and that way you'll be able to adopt a plant-based diet without having to struggle with relapse, you know, going off the plant-based diet, and then, you know, so, and that way you'll be able to be long-term, and then you'll be able to see the benefits of the plant-based diet and see how to, you know, and, you know, make progress with the plant-based diet. Now, talking about cholesterol management and plant-based diet benefits. Now, plant-based diet doesn't just work with cholesterol. It doesn't just work to reduce the cholesterol, you know, in the bloodstream. It helps the blood sugar. It helps your weight. It helps your blood pressure. It helps, you know, a lot of aspects of your health. One thing you see when you start a plant-based diet and you are doing it rightly, see that you start losing weight. So that's one of the side effects of, you know, being on a plant-based diet. You start losing weight. So it's you know, it has weight loss benefits as well. So and what helps us to get all of these benefits? The antioxidant content of the food helps for the cardiovascular, you know, helps to, you know, improve inflammation and, you know, regenerate our cells, all the cells in our body, and, you know, and then the fiber content of the plant-based diet helps to improve gastrointestinal health. It helps us to feel fuller, and it helps us to be able to move our bowel very well. And, you know, of course, it has very good cholesterol lowering benefits, especially when you combine soluble and insoluble fiber. So insoluble fiber like oats, soluble fiber like oats, like bananas, like carrots, you know, they are good sources of soluble fiber. And insoluble fiber like fruit, vegetables, having the skin of the fruits, you know, can help us to improve, you know, our cholesterol level greatly. It works like magic. So advancing to a plant-based diet, you know, works like magic, you know, with our heart health, with, you know, cardiovascular health improvement, and also diabetes and other metabolic related, you know, diet conditions.
Thank you so much, Deborah. I know you have so much to share, but then we don't have as much time. Thank you. You know, we've kind of tidied everything up. We've talked about your heart health, diabetes, how diabetes could actually be a precursor for cardiovascular diseases. And then Deborah's come in to talk to us about nutrition and how we should try and engage on a plant-based diet. You know, the plant-based diet, like you said, is loaded with antioxidants. And most of the diseases we have, metabolic diseases, high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, they're usually caused by a lot of inflammation. And the plant-based diet helps to reduce that inflammation. Red meat as well tends to be anti-inflammatory, and that's why at times they do tell you to cut down your red meat. If possible, expel red meat from your diets and look for other sources of iron and protein. Dr. Ajala, would you like to round up for us? Do you want to say something?
Yes. So the first thing I want to ask is there anybody in here that wants to live to 100? Anybody?
I do.
Oh, all the young people want to live to 100, the younger people. Oh, I do. Yes. So if you want to live to 100, you know that your heart has to work. Because, you know, like I said before, you know, it's not the length of your life really that matters. It's the quality of that life. There is no point getting to 100 with a heart that has been damaged in your 50s and 60s from having heart attacks. And, you know, these heart attacks, they're caused by things like uncontrolled diabetes, uncontrolled hypertension, as we have been, you know, as we've been told. So if you want to live to 100, you've got to know your numbers. You've got to control what we call the vascular risk factors. First of all, do you have these risk factors? Are you going for your checkups? When you hit a certain age, whether you like it or not, and I would have to say in our environment, it's 40 or maybe even 35. Because it is only in Nigeria that you see a 35-year-old with a blood pressure of 200 over 120, walking around feeling like they're having a good time. And what they're doing to themselves is that they're weakening that heart. So if you want to live to 100, you don't want to have damaged your heart so much before you even get to 60, that by the time you get to 70, you're subjecting yourself to elder abuse because you're so frail and vulnerable, you can't really look after yourself. So that is why this session is so important, especially for the numbers of people who want to live to 100. On that note, Dr. Majekodunmi has told us that we have to get physically active. I'm a geriatrician. I don't like seeing people sitting down. So I think we should all stand up. At this point, I think everyone should stand up. We should all stand up and shake our legs a little bit. Because, you know, he's not in the cath lab. Dr. Afoke is not at work. I'm not at the gerontology center. We run up and down all the time. We don't wear high heels. You know, so that's why we keep slim and trim like everybody here. So let's give everybody a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do you want to say
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Does anybody have questions?
Any questions,
I'll leave it
please?
to the moderator.
Okay.
I have questions about this plant-based diet. I'm not
So-
sure how I'm supposed to do it.
Then there's a question
So
online.
can we just have questions and then all the questions and then so that each person will answer? So we'll take just 10 minutes for questions. Sorry about that.
5 minutes.
So we can all
we-
sit
we
down.
have-
We can all sit down now so we
She'll
can have
come, she'll-
questions.
We have 5 minutes for questions, so we'll take numbers so that we can allot.
There are people sitting
Number
on
one,
that table.
number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. All right, so each question, okay, number 6 at the extreme. All right, then we have one question online.
Yes, please.
We have people who are joining us online. And this first question says, I am 78 and I have been hypertensive for over 20 years, but my readings have been controlled for a while, hovering between 104/68 and 106/66 on rising. Can my doctor approve my taking my med on alternate days only?
Dr. Amadi told me that's over to you.
Okay, excellent question. It's very heartening to hear of a 78-year-old whose blood pressures are between 104 and 106. I think obviously one has to give the caveat of I don't know the patient, I don't know what drugs they're taking, I don't know, etc., etc. But what I would say is that if you're taking your medications on a daily basis and you're getting those blood pressures, don't change anything. Just stick to what you are doing, change nothing. That is exactly the kind of blood pressure I hope to have when, by God's grace, I'm also 78.
Thank you. Next question, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody. Good morning. I'm told to introduce myself before I start. And while I'm introducing myself, and I'm on the 8th floor, some of you understand what that means.
Yes.
And my big sister, my auntie is here, who is also your auntie, Professor Ibironke Akishete, eminent hematologist, 85 plus.
86.
My name is Dr. Helen Ekweme, past President, Medical Women Association. They are all here. Past President, Dr. Esagbedo is here, and our big auntie, as I said. Dr. Abebe is here, former PAMSEC, so health too. So we're
You're
all
welcome,
here.
ma'am.
As you know, medical women, we are well represented, I think, partners, and it was put on the platform. My thing is just to add a little bit and said some of us are already on the 8th floor and trying to practice this. The only thing I was waiting to hear, which maybe I could add, is this form of a sort of wellness, a community-based thing, to try and join anything community that will help you to go out and be participating more and keep your health together. As I just want to say, so another group is here that I encourage to come. We are Ikoyi Healthy Lifestyle, a wellness group. We are all in that group. Most of them are in their 60s and 70s. A lot of them are retired, and women. You see, women, we find that we are a lot at risk, and we also look after ourselves. Some of us are biased gender-wise, and we feel we should look after ourselves. So this idea, which I was waiting to hear, maybe I just add to it, is we get together. Find a group, get together, either your church or anywhere, to go out, as you said, to move around, so that, because at this age, we tend to be couch potatoes, watch our TV and comment and all that. And they said to help so that we don't have this Alzheimer's. So that is it, just to add. We can go on and on.
All right, thank you, Ma. We'll use the other mic.
Just a second. Just a second. I just wanted to tell her something.
Okay.
Dr. Kwame, thank you so much for attending. Actually, at the Gerontology Center, every now and again, they have activities for elderly people where people can come in to have different kinds of activities. So do you want to tell them a little bit more about that?
Oh, yes. So we've got a Seniors Day activities unit. At the moment, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, it is geared more towards elderly people with dementia, because we've got the first Dementia Day activities unit in the country. So we actually have that focus on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And every quarter, we have what we call a Seniors Health Day, where we have the more fit elderly people coming together in a community fashion. You know, we give you some education, you have activities, and it's just like a community, almost like having a health party for our senior citizens. So I'm sure you've all registered, and I'll come round later to make sure that everybody, we take everybody's numbers and we get you involved in all the activities that we have at the center. So, you know, there's more of that later on.
All right, so we had 5 minutes for questions, and we've exhausted, we've done 6 minutes actually. So if you are going to ask questions, please go straight to the question so that we can accommodate more hands. Thank you. Please, could you help out put on the mic?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Funcho Taiwo. I'm not a doctor, so I want to ask this question. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. If we lived abroad, it's easy to go to a supermarket and choose pure organic food. You know, you can choose between the organic fruits and veggies or the conventional ones that, you know, they produce anyhow with a lot of processed yes, in the supermarkets. But in Nigeria, in a bid to do organic, in a bid to eat these beans, rice, and all this food that the farmers grow, how do we ensure that they're not, you know, that they're purely organic? Because in eating all these insecticide-filled sniper, for example, foods, we're adding more problems to ourselves. So what do you advise? How do we ensure we get pure organic food? You know, that's my simple question.
Thank you so much. Number 3 now. We'll take all the questions together so that we could wrap up some answers in one breath.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I just want to add to what the name is Dr. Edugi Abebe, retired. So, no, I'm not, but not tired. And I'm on the 7th floor, so I still have many years to go. But yes, in good health. My comment to Dr. Maje Kodumi's presentation, which was quite brilliant and practical, is to say and to warn that even though in this room, half of us may be hypertensive, the danger here is that about 1/3 of those half don't even know they have hypertension. That is the danger. And that's why hypertension itself is called a silent killer. She said about 220 over 150 blood pressure measurement walking around. And that's how they also drop dead. So please, it is important. You must check your blood pressure all the time and add the diabetes to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. The next question.
My name is Funke Arabalashman. Please, is there any negative effect on the body or the system when you eat GMO food, genetically modified seedling? Because I'm aware that that is what is being used now in the north in order to have the farmers produce large quantity of food. So I want to know the effect of GMO seedlings on our bodily system. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next question.
Thank you very much indeed for a very interesting lecture that we have been having. My concern here is that majority of us here are my name is Professor Ebirunke Akinshete. I'm a hematologist. Many of us here, we only form, the people here in the elite, we only have about 4% of the population. What happens to the other part of the population? That is my concern. Because most of the things we are talking about here, many of us know about it. We have information about it, and we know what to do. What happens to the other side, the rest of the population? How do we spread this? How do we, spread this around, educate the less privileged in our society? Because that's where the problem lies. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I would stop with the questions for now. We apologize because of time, but please note them down. We'll take your question for the next session. So our experts will respond to this set of questions. Then when we have subsequent sessions, we would give you room to take your questions. So please note them on your writing pad. We'll definitely field responses to that. The final question here is talking about red meat. Is it advisable to eat burnt hide skin called pomo?
There's no nutritional value in pomo. There's no nutritional value, so I really don't know.
Dr. Jala said it's plastic.
Yeah, there's no nutritional value in it.
Okay.
So
Right.
even though it's a, in quote, delicacy in Nigeria, it is cheap. That is why people tend to take it, but there's no nutritional value at all. It's leather,
All right,
so
ma'am.
to speak.
So we'll take all, responses to all the questions that were raised, then we'll wrap up this session.
So I think Ms. Taiwo asked us about the insecticide in food and stuff. So two things I've read. For starters, if you're going to buy beans, you're better off buying the beans that has weevils in it because you know that sniper has not been added to it. Secondly, you soak your beans in water for at least 12 hours to allow whatever to come up. As for vegetables, sorry? No, the skin won't come off. I soak mine. As long as you don't peel it, the skin is not going to come off. And for fruits and vegetables, bicarbonate of soda. If you wash your fruits and vegetables in bicarbonate of soda, it tends to remove pesticides or anything that has been sprayed on them. So those are some ways with which you can reduce, because you can't really tell where they've sprayed. Even in Nigeria, when they talk about organic farming, they still do spray. There are very, very few authentic organic farms in Nigeria, very few. Because people tend to spray because of pests and weevils, and they need a bountiful harvest. So anything you have, just wash as much as possible. You can use bicarbonate of soda as well. Thank you. Do you want to answer about
I want to contribute to the beans.
Yes.
So for the beans, the pesticides, what I do is I parboil the beans like 3 or 4 times. I change the water. So you parboil a bit, throw the water away, put another water, boil like 3 or 4 times. That will take off most of the pesticides.
I think you've missed out the question. Options for organic foods that are not compromised. Someone asked about options for organic foods that are not...
Well, I don't want to be advertising some organic farms here or organic produce, but it is very... even abroad, when you talk about organic, there's a skepticism about, are they truly, truly organic? Mm-hmm. When you go to America or England, they actually will label it, this is certified. We don't have that here. So you're going to have to just go by it. As much as possible, if you can, peel it. anything that doesn't have seeds, if you are buying oranges that don't have seeds, that's a no-no.
All right. And then any negative effect when you eat GMO foods? I think that's the fertilizer. Negative effects?
Deborah, any negative effect with GMO?
Okay.
GMO foods.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your earlier responses to the questions. So I would take the questions again briefly from a nutrition perspective. Okay, so for the vegetables, right? That's why I talked about the length it takes to grow vegetables. Okay,
Deborah,
you cannot wash out the chemicals in the vegetable by. Sorry.
You have to talk about the GMO products.
Okay.
How do you know which is GMO? How do you?
Okay.
What are the effects on the body if you eat GMO products?
Okay, so they have a lot of negative side effects. It could affect your gastrointestinal health. It could affect your body cells as well. It could also lead to some research has shown that it actually predisposes people to having cancer and obesity and other metabolic diseases. So yes. So to add to the organic vegetables, you can wash out the fertilizers are put in the soil and it grows with the vegetable. So the kind of fertilizers that I use are what grows with the vegetable. So you can't wash it out, just by washing. You can only wash out the bacteria, the microbial substance in course of that is, on the vegetables in course of harvesting. But you can't wash it out. You can't wash out the fertilizers that have been used, after it has grown. So that's why we have to look at how we grow the vegetables. And we can have home gardens. We don't have to always buy from organic farms, but there are good organic farms in Nigeria right now. A few of them, but they are, very good. And the ones that we have certified organic, we recommend to our patients. But however, having a home garden is the most sustainable way to ensure that you have organic vegetables all year round. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for this panel group. Please, we'll have a quick group photograph for 4 of them before they step down. They've indeed done amazing. I would say this is the pilot. I'm sure the next session will take a cue. On top. Take a cue from this session and we can work well with time. We've certainly learned our lessons from this session and we'll try to maximize time as we proceed. So please, as the discussants are speaking, note your questions. We would take the questions. The ushers will come around to pick your questions. So we take we'll give answers, right, so that we do not take so much time. Dr. Toyi, you'll be remaining off stage for the next session. So the next session has to do with brain health. And this is a very interesting topic. We're looking at how to prevent dementia. And the panelists who are here physically, I'd like to invite Dr. Olufemi Olowo-Okere, consultant, family physician, geriatrician, UCH Ibadan. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Femi. Thank you for joining us, sir. And the moderator is here physically. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Orede Doherty. She's the moderator for this session. A round of applause for her. Dr. Doherty, she here? Okay, great. Thank you, ma'am. The rest of the panel would be joining virtually. Joining us online is Dr. Temitope Farombi, yes, consultant, neurologist, UCH, and founder Brain Health Initiative Nigeria. And the next who is joining us virtually is geriatrician, Bunbury, Australia. That's Dr. Asangedem Akpan is also joining us virtually. And like the first session, they also have 30 minutes by my time. And the 30 minutes is inclusive of question and answer session. So the moderator would work a miracle to ensure that we finish by 12:20. 12:20. Your time starts now, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Orede Doherty, and I'm a pediatrician. I'm sure you're all wondering, why is she here? I'm doing what Toyin and her colleagues and my colleagues on the panel do at the other extreme of age. So I hope you enjoy our conversation today. I don't know if any of you follows a guy called D. Sal Norca on YouTube. He's Dan Salinger. And he lives with, or his elderly father, his 92-year-old father lives with him in Northern California. And he's chronicling his father's living with dementia on YouTube. And, you know, it is the most amazing thing. You watch those shorts, the YouTube shorts, little videos, and dementia looks almost exciting because this man, obviously, is a jovial man, very kind-hearted, and he's always asking, show me the money, where's my money? You know, because he wants to know, why am I living with you? Who are you again? Why am I living with you? And do we have any money? Like, how are we taking care of stuff? We don't do anything all day. But the idea is that it's one of the things I almost watch it for sort of to calm me down, because it shows you what can happen when you have everything in place for the elderly who have dementia. So without further ado, I'm going to turn to my panelists and just ask us to start. I just want to confirm that Dr. Akpan is online. I haven't seen, and I'm kind of, no evidence. He's been awake the longest. Hopefully he didn't fall asleep. So who's online? Can you tell us who's online? Dr. Farumbi and Dr. Akpan, if they're here.
There.
Awesome. Good to see you both. Welcome. All right, so I'm going to set the ball rolling and ask Dr. Akpan. He's been awake the longest. I think we can ask him to start. Yes. We'll start with just a few definitions. And I wanted him to set the ball rolling and just tell us exactly what dementia is, because many people in this room may, like me, when I came out of medical school, I had no clue what dementia was. But, and I had gone through medical school. So let's just get that straight. So there are some people here who haven't gone through medical school. Dr. Akpan, good morning, good afternoon. Please set the ball rolling. Give us a couple definitions. Tell us what dementia is and how might it present in an individual. Thank you. So now you have to unmute it. Can you, yeah, okay.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I hope you can hear me clearly. It's about 7 p.m. here in Western Australia. I know it's about mid-afternoon there. But it's a pleasure to be here. And in terms of the definition, there are various definitions, but let's say that dementia refers to a reduction in the brain's capacity to be able to process, manipulate, and retrieve information. And this therefore affects an individual's ability to function in their daily lives. They will start having difficulties with their memory. They will start having difficulties with communication. It can either be difficulty in understanding what is being said to them or difficulty in expressing what they might want to say. They also have impaired reasoning, and this is why they might start having difficulty driving or difficulty basically navigating all the usual things that they could do before, including managing their finances. And they can get disorientated, they can get lost, they can have mood and personality changes. So all of these things usually creep on gradually. And if somebody is living with them, that person may not notice things immediately because they might start doing things for them. And it's usually people who don't have much contact with an individual and visit them that suddenly notice these gaps in their cognitive ability. So that's just for starters.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So Dr. Akpan has described a few things, but he ended with an interesting word, cognitive ability. Some of us may not know what that means, but I think you may have gotten some of it from what he said earlier. So I'm going to turn to Dr. Olookere, who's here with us, and who will be able to sort of break down some of these things around, especially when you say cognitive. What do people mean by cognitive? And are there specific lifestyle changes that may significantly reduce the risk of developing this set of signs and symptoms that Dr. Akpan has just described to us? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, the moderator. The word cognitive, quite a lot of people have used those words, but unfortunately, they don't really understand that depth of that meaning. It's as simple as your ability. It's a process. Your ability to be able to think, your ability to be able to actualize some things, your ability to be able to plan, your ability to organize, your ability to put things in their correct perspective. I'm trying to break it down so that for the purpose of the audience that are here. So when we talk about that word cognitive, it means a lot of, because when we are defining brain health, we often use that word, that your ability to be able to function, with regards to your cognitive, with regards to your social, behavioral, with regards to your emotional, with regards to your, maybe some other motor domain, it's encompassing. And that goes to the fact that ability for that person to be able to actualize their potential in order to be able to live that life that they want to live. Everybody wants to grow old. By the time somebody is getting to that age, just like it has been described, people see them as not being able to function maximally, to the life, irrespective of whether there is any damage to the brain or no damage. Now, let me leave that as it may now. Let me go on to some of the other questions that you ask. Now, the question is, people often ask, can we prevent dementia? That's the question that people might be asking. Yes, it is not at the stage when dementia has already happened. But when the initial panel answered a lot of questions, experts have come to agree that everything that you would do to your heart, you can also do to your brain. That means every impact, every, insult that you are giving to your heart, you are equally giving it to your brain. So whatever thing you do to prevent damage to your heart, you are equally preventing damage to that brain. Of course, people have talked about some determinants that can help you to be able to make sure your brain is healthy. And one of them is, people talk about physical health. We have talked about a lot on diet. And diet has been one aspect that I don't need to go into. It has been well exhausted. Diet, a lot of studies, even though some fall a little bit against, have actually made us to understand that it's actually good, that will help our brain health. The other one is our physical environment. Environment in this part of the world is an issue. We know that quite a lot of pollution. Recently, the World Organization of Family Doctors, they talked about healthy people, healthy environment. And quite a lot of challenges with our environment. We have a lot of pollution here and there that is affecting our life. Then we also talk about, Dr. Ekweme mentioned the issue of coming together. That's convergence, social convergence, And I had the privilege of interacting with the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo. He gave me the permission to share some of this in any forum, which I've been doing. The man talked about something that can bring everything that we have talked about today together. He called it DREAMS. I helped him to put it together, and I said, that's a good acronym for you to remember. And the first one, he talks about diet. The second one is rest. The other one is the E is exercise, which is also one of the very important things that you will use to be able to to prevent, dementia. Then you talk about mental exercise. He reads a lot, and he still studies a lot. Then he talk about medical checkup, and he said twice in a year, it's always good to do it, especially when you are, we classify old people into 3 parts. When you are in the second part of it, maybe when you are 75 and above, then you can do that. Then the latter part of it, talk about social interaction, which is one thing that is lacking in this environment because people find it difficult to converge. You know, everybody wants to stay in their homes. Unlike what used to happen in those days when everybody would have communal life. They come together in the evening, they talk to their children, there is no children to talk to now. All the children are all over the place. You know, even their children, they are all over the place. 5 children, all of them outside the country. Loneliness has been a challenge for the older people in this time that we are in. And so we have all talked about the issue of avoid smoking. We always tell people, don't smoke. A number of people tell you that my father smoked for 90 years. Nothing happened. Yes, there are a lot of genetic factors, epigenetic factors, that even you might not be as lucky as your dad. So the mere fact that your daddy smoked or your daddy drink alcohol, we tell people, please step down alcohol as much as possible. Reduce it to some unit. You know, we are not going to be talking about, but reduce it. If you can't stop it, I tell people, stop it. They tell you that it has some benefit. Well, you don't know when you will cross the Rubicon and you enter the other side of it. So it is better to stop it. Then the other thing I will also mention before I stop is the fact that as much as possible, a lot of this physical thing that we are doing, you know, in terms of access to where you can receive care is a challenge in this part of the world. Access to care service. Thank God for JBS. Access to care service is one problem. Even when you discover that this person is already exhibiting some symptoms that you want to access care or you want to prevent, where do you go? Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I love the acronym DREAMS. It's not a surprise that it came from none other than General Obasanjo. Diet, rest, exercise, mental exercise. So read, study. I added the logic puzzles because I like to solve logic problems. Medical checkups and social interaction, avoid smoking, and access to care services. Speaking
he added spirituality.
Spirituality.
That's the last one he added, and he explained it, and it's very true.
Nigeria came up with something that didn't have spirituality in it. So thank you very much for that. And we have his permission to tell the story and to use the acronym that our colleague has put together. Dr. Oluokere has come up with DREAMS. So speaking of access to care services, we're very fortunate now that there is increasing knowledge around dementia, what it looks like, and what services could be available. Thankfully, Toyin has been sounding the alarm alongside her brother, I'm aware, for years now in Nigeria, even before COVID. But we also have a few centers across the country where attention is being paid to this. What I'd like to ask Dr. Farumbi is, what are the, I wanted to find out, so what are the breakthroughs in dementia research, right? I'm sorry, I have the wrong person there. Dr. Farumbi, how are your emerging technologies being used now to diagnose dementia? So are there things that you're able to do in your centers, whether it's this newfangled word, artificial intelligence, AI, or brain imaging? How are these things being utilized in order for us to detect and diagnose dementia early? Someone mentioned earlier that unless somebody who knows the individual sees them, they might not realize that there's been a decline in their cognitive function. So how are you now able to make the diagnosis? What's going on in your centers that you can share with us today?
Thank you very much for this beautiful conference, and thank you for inviting me. I hope you can all hear me. First, I greet Dr. Oluokere, my former director at the Geriatric Center, UC. But first, we need to discuss what are the symptoms of dementia, because there are different stages of dementia. The one we often see is the last stage that people then come to the clinic. But we have early stage, we have a mid stage, and then we have the late stage. And then there's this whole aspect of dementia that we call mild cognitive impairment. That is, some people can start having cognitive impairment, as earlier alluded to by Dr. Ulutere, which means ability to perceive, to think, to retrieve information, to have a visual perception of themselves within the community, and all that. So, and they can still function. So, so it's not just dementia. So from that stage, because you need to be able to be aware of these symptoms before you could say, okay, I think I need help. And the simple one, so I'll start with at least identifying the symptoms of dementia. The commonest is memory impairment. So for a young person or middle-aged person who is finding it difficult to retain memory, to retrieve information that they've just recently stored, who is finding it difficult to perhaps you put your key somewhere and you turn your house upside down. You can still drive, but you drive and you can't find your way, or you couldn't remember the place that you often go to, or you put your money down and start accusing people of it, or you are finding difficult to call a name. We say name finding difficulties. So these are early signs of dementia or cognitive impairment, not dementia, that you need to start at least to reach out for to the clinicians for. So you need to understand the symptoms of dementia. Not that we can seek help early. Oftentimes in this part of the world, we often present to the clinic very late. And it's been shown that early diagnosis can actually reduce the rate at which one decline fast to that late stage. So there are some things we can do even as doctor when you present early. So identifying the symptoms of dementia is very important. And then to your question, what are the things that we are doing to diagnosing dementia? What are the available new technology, emerging technology in the country at the moment? For us, dementia is still largely clinical. So it is symptoms-based. You need to complain, talk about all the symptoms, and then clinically, we can then do other psychometric or cognitive assessments. For a technological aspect of it, I could say that I'll take a cue from what Dr. Lowo mentioned about the issue of access. 57% of those who are having cognitive impairment are in the rural community, and they don't have access to healthcare services, they don't have access to internet, so they are actually almost cut off from the hospital or from having access. So one of the things that we've done, which we actually highlighted during COVID period, was to introduce what we call one, let me sound a note of warning. In Nigeria at the moment, we have less than 100 neurologists taking care of over 220 million people. And 70 to 80% of these neurologists reside in the urban center. So that leaves a lot of people who need these services cut off completely. And then when you come to psychiatrists also, we have less than 200 psychiatrists in Nigeria at the moment, and also 70 to 80% of them are in the urban center. So one technology that we have employed is use of telemedicine. Of course, it's not new, but at least it is doing something. In our center, we've been able to establish a platform that allows us to at least be able to have access to people who are complaining of cognitive impairment, and then to be able to continue care even when they can't come to the hospital. And also, we are still using mobile phones to follow up, because one thing we found out that a dropout percentage of people who are diagnosed and are presented into the hospital also, about 70% of them drop out because, one, they feel that if they continue, this thing has no cure. What are they going to do? And so we use mobile phone to follow up. And then also telemedicine to be able to also train the caregivers, family caregivers, of whom don't even know what to do when their loved ones have dementia. So that is what we are using locally in Nigeria at the moment. The issue of artificial intelligence, one of the things we are talking about is digitalization of the gerontology, the geriatric population. One thing that we found that they use more often is WhatsApp, which is very good for them. So we are actually working on using the WhatsApp platform to create education, access to education and awareness. And then it will also help them to retain their cognitive reserve. Much that has been done elsewhere is that through this app, you can actually assess your own cognitive reserve by yourself by answering a few questions. And then we can analyze the data, your screen time, your response to how you press or how your voice. These are the things that science is already showing us. So actually, by the time we start gathering data and the way older adults talk, you can actually start picking up all these signs. The way they talk, the way they respond when they are typing on their mobile phones. These are the things that we are developing at the moment, such that we can gather data and use it to predict. As we have data that can predict those who want to develop stroke in the next 7 days. So we are looking at early diagnosis to pull all these data together and see how we can use it to predict a person who have a cognitive decline or who is declining cognitively, and those who have even come down with dementia. I hope I'm able to answer that question. Thank you.
You're very able to answer. Some parts of it that we missed, I think some people, Toya and I too, struggled. But I'm very excited to I'm going to recap very quickly, that you're now trying to, well, in addition to doing early cognitive assessment, because a lot of people, most people in Nigeria are said to still be out of reach because they're in rural areas. So more than 70% of the providers are in urban centers, and so there's not enough, there's a bit of a mismatch, she says. But we're using mobile phones and following up with mobile phones to ensure people are getting access to the care they need. And then you mentioned digitalizing the geriatric population and using WhatsApp to educate and help retain cognitive function, which I think is really smart. I love that there's focus also on early identification using basically mobile phones to get people's voices and identify the early signs of how people respond, maybe their voice modulation or something, and predict early diagnosis. Tony, I feel like you're itching to get in here. Not really, okay. We probably have 12 minutes. Oh, there you are. I was multiplying
so we have 6
time.
minutes, and yes, we have 6 minutes. And the majority of the people here are middle-aged to going on.
Yes.
So what we really want out of this, because for me, I actually wanted to be on this panel because dementia is a scourge. I mean, when I came to Nigeria in 2018, we've got the Seniors Forum of the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria there. If I had met them when I first came, I'd probably have gone back because there wouldn't have been any work for me to do. You're all doing so well, you know, but that wasn't what I found. What I found was dementia is a big problem in this community, in this country. And I actually sat back one day and I thought, what happened? I mean, what happened to our parents' generation? Why is this such a big problem? What are the things that we need to do now? It's scary. Because, you know, I'll say maybe 60, 70% of my practice, they've got dementia. And these are not people, so we've got people who are, you know, they were affluent, they were, you know, high-achieving people in their heyday, and then they get to their 70s and 80s, and they can't function because they've got dementia. They become dependent, frail, you know,
vulnerable,
at risk of elder abuse because they can't function, because like Dr. Olowokere and Dr. Akpan have described it, they can't process anymore. So my job really is to try and educate people on how we can actually try and reduce that risk of getting to that point and having dementia. That is the job.
Yeah.
So if you've got 6 minutes, that is what I'd really want us to spend the 6 minutes doing. Because I've got experts here.
Yeah.
You know, I've got the best people in the field. I've got
Yeah.
Dr. Olowokere, I've got Prof. Akpan, I've got Dr. Farombi. So if there's anything that we should be doing,
in
what are the things we
addition?
should be doing now? I'm 54. I want to know because, you know, I mean, luckily I don't have a family history, but I'd like to know.
Okay, quickly, I think one of the things that we need to begin to do is awareness. We need to raise awareness within the community. Now, just like he mentioned, if you assume, look at this, you see, that table there are people who are successfully aging. The table behind this table, I have looked at them where I was seated, and thank you. We know that we can divide it into 3 parts. People who are successfully aging, people who are normatively aging, and the frailty, which is the end of the continuum. Now, we need to go into the society and raise a lot of awareness. Now, this group of people that are successfully aging, they are in the best position to do it for us. Now, if they enter any community and begin to talk about just some of the information they have now, you don't need big grammar. Just tell them that you find it difficult to process, you find it difficult to organize, you find it difficult to put things together, and some behavioral problems, there and then they will begin to raise the awareness. Number 2, the people who are taking care of them. We also need, somebody has 5 children, all the 5 children are gone. We just grab one person from the community, be taking care of this person. And this person knows next to nothing about now, Dr. Duarte mentioned something. He said even when we're in medical school, many of these things were not taught. You know, we don't know it. And now we are the curriculum has actually changed, but we need to educate the people. We need to get the awareness on those people. Number 2, 3 is intergenerational. Children are growing up right when they are young. Begin to tell them, because they can sit with old people. They say, daddy is behaving, grandpa is talking this, grandpa is this, grandpa is that. We need to begin to do some intergenerational learning so that they will be aware of, my time is up.
Yes.
Okay. I have 2 more, but don't worry.
Before the time is up,
I wanted to go to Dr.
Yes,
Akpan.
because he's been waiting.
So
he's in Australia.
we who are in our 50s, what should we be doing now to prevent decline, whether or not we have a family history? Dr. Akpan.
Okay. So thank you very much. Yes, sadly, the greatest increase in dementia is going to be in low and middle income countries like Nigeria. And it's exactly because we are not tackling the modifiable risk factors that we can do something about. And that includes some of the things that my colleague, the cardiologist, mentioned. We need to treat hypertension, treat diabetes. We need to address obesity. So these are things that we can do. We need to reduce the amount of alcohol we drink. So if we're having excess alcohol, we need to cut down on that because that contributes to brain damage. We need to stop smoking. We need to reduce episodes of depression and treat depression. And importantly, hearing loss is very common. We need to give people hearing aids and address that because that's also a big risk factor for developing dementia. The other risk factor is traumatic brain injury. So if you're on a motorcycle or you go on a bicycle, try and wear a helmet. And we should have national policies on speeds and things like that. And one of the most important, especially for our children, is to make sure that all children in Nigeria get an education. It's very important. Low education level is a risk factor for developing dementia in later life. So these are some of the things that we can work on in early childhood, and then in our middle ages is just addressing those cardiovascular risk factors that have already been mentioned. If we can do that, then we might make an impact on dementia.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to quickly summarize. At the start of this, we talked about DREAMS, Diet, rest, exercise, mental exercise, doing things like reading, study, logic puzzles, ties into some of the things that Dr. Akpan has just talked about, where we tackle modifiable risk factors, diabetes, hypertension, obesity, reduction of alcohol intake, stop smoking, treats depression and hearing loss, which apparently, I did not know this, are two major risk factors for developing dementia. And then making sure we get an education. So that's a sort of wide, community-wide or maybe nationwide thing that we could be doing. And of course, social interactions. Thank you all very much indeed for being such a great audience. I wish we could have taken questions.
Sorry,
I suspect that many of them have been
add
taken.
something to it because, you know, for everybody, you know, if you don't use it, you will lose it. It's not just your muscles in the arms and tummy and all of that. It's also the brain. You know, as we get older, nowadays, people don't buy newspapers. You know, in those days, I still remember as a youngster, I would buy newspapers and I'd do the crossword puzzles, and I loved it. We don't buy newspapers anymore. But that's one of the things that we should all do. You talked about your logic puzzles.
All the time.
We must exercise our brains.
Yeah.
There's some parts of the brains that it's just very important. We must keep ourselves active. We must learn new things. You know, sometimes my children come to me and they say, I ask them sometimes, I say, oh, have you Googled, have you done this? I rely on my children to do things for me that I should be learning to do myself. As we're getting older, my dad is 86. He uses his iPad. He can do anything on that iPad. Any new gadget, he gets it. You know, we need to be able to, you know, on that table, you've done extremely well, and I'm sure everybody there has a phone. They're all on the WhatsApp group, so I'm sure they are WhatsApping, and apart from doing the social activities, you need to be able to, you know, so get all those things on your phones, you know, Sudoku, all these crossword puzzles. Just exercise your brain, you know. I think that's very important, as well as physical exercise.
All right, Doctor. Thank you so much. We'll apologize, dear audience. The reason why we can't take physical questions is because of time. So if you have questions, the ushers have sheets of paper. You write it down. I'm just only going to give an opportunity to a lady on that table who ought to have asked the question. We'll take only you. Then every other question will be written on the paper, please, because of time. Thank you. So you read out the questions you've noted.
I really appreciate this. I was the first to get here anyway, so I deserve to be heard. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Bukola Smith. I'm a legal practitioner, so I'm the youngest on this table, and I'm on the 5th floor. So my question actually is, first of all, for those who are in the rural communities, you know, we're talking about access to healthcare, and even to have them to be aware, talking about awareness. You know, I've worked with people, Dr. Rode would know me well from, at least knows me from an organization where we used to reach out to people out there. And I'm just wondering, in terms of medical access to these people, and some of them even feel, if you talk about dementia, or what did we say?
Dementia.
Yes. They just think you're telling me that I'm mad. And it's like a stigma to them, for them to just have that, you know, being spoken to them. So what I would say is awareness. Are there NGOs that you have that one can reach out to these people and educate them so that they can know that this thing is not a stigma, and at the same time they can easily get, for early detection, so that they would know what to do. Some of them will sit down with palm wine from morning till night. So I'm just thinking to ask that. And then 2, earlier on when we're talking about diets, there's some medications that make us put on weight. And I'm wondering, what do you do? How do you, you know, curb this? And I would really appreciate if we can, you know, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Should I answer the one about the rural health?
Yes, okay, you can quickly.
So, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have any commissioner here. I didn't, you know, place an emphasis on that. But as you know, healthcare is expensive, and without a government initiative and government push and drive, getting to our 200 million people is impossible. Because, you know, it's expensive, and we don't even have the personnel to get there. You asked about NGOs, so this is my opportunity to talk about JBS Elderly Care Foundation Africa. And, you know, our mission has been to serve the underprivileged elderly in Nigeria. Senator Dr. Bodiola Jumoke is coming on board. Otumba Bimbo Ashiru is on board. And what we try to do with that is we raise funds. We've got an Adopt a Grant program. Of course, we're limited because how much funds do you want to raise to cover how many underprivileged elderly people? The population of the elderly in Nigeria is said to be about maybe 20 million, something like that. And yes, 5%, but at this point, we're probably reaching maybe 200 people. So if that's something that you're passionate about, you can talk to me later, and we can see how we can bring you on board, because there is a lot of work to do. We do go out, and we try and get to people out there and do what we can. But how much, you know, every drop, you know, tiny drops of water make a mighty ocean, yes. So we can, you know, yeah, we're trying, lots of NGOs are trying, but really without a government push, we're not going to get to all these people. 200 million people in Nigeria. That's the long and short of it. But yes, you know, if you want to be part of the Adopt a Grant program, okay, thank you.
All right, before you go, let me just read out this question so that you could summarize the response, then we move on. The question says, can some drugs contribute to the development of dementia? And the next is, could dementia be a genetic factor? What are the traditional activities that you can do to faster treat early stage of dementia?
Dr. Akpan and Prof. Akpan and Dr.
Okay.
Farobi will answer.
All right. Then for dementia, we can create awareness through the local government, please. Okay, this is a feedback. If you had children in your 40s, are you on high risk for health challenges and dementia? Good sleep, 8 hours from 10 p.m. Very good to health and mental care. So this is the suggestion. So these are the questions, really. So, Madam, would you prompt Dr. Akpan to respond?
So, Dr. Akpan, did you hear the question on genetics?
If you can repeat it for me, please. Thank you.
Could dementia be a genetic factor health issue, and can drugs contribute to development of dementia?
So could it be genetic in origin?
So yes, like any other condition, if there's a family history, if you have a family history of dementia, if you know parents or grandparents, then there is a risk that you could develop it. But I don't think we should worry too much about that bit. 40% of dementia is caused by the modifiable risk factors that I described, and there are 12 of them, most of which the other panelists have gone through. And I truly believe that that's what we should focus on, because unfortunately we can't do anything about our family history, but there are things that we can do about physical inactivity, treating diabetes, treating hypertension, treating hearing loss, treating depression, stopping smoking, ensuring that don't old people socially isolated. So these are things that we can, you know, put our energies into through government policies and individually and as communities. So I will strongly encourage that we sort of put our energies and worries there. Can't really do much about our family history, unfortunately. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I think that should be all. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. We'll take a quick group photograph. Then we move on to the next session. Those on, yes, so we'll leave room for them to also be a part of the photograph. Okay, so we could pose for a picture. Those online as well. Are we good? Thank you. All right, thank you. A round of applause for them. So before I invite, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Before I invite panelists for the next session, we're just going to do this very quickly. I would like to listen to the representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Health, and he has a prepared message for us, so he will be delivering that message in a few minutes. His representative would be delivering that speech, and it's no other person than Dr. Adedamola Dada, MD CEO, Federal Medical Center, Ebute Metta. A round of applause for him, representing the Honorable Minister of State for Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you are working against time, so I'm actually going to paraphrase the speech, but I wouldn't also want to say standing on existing protocol, because I would want to especially recognize the geriatrics in our midst who have been rightly described by the professor as successfully growing well. Okay, and then of course my very good friend Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, Chairman Odua Group of Companies, and all other persons here. I bring first apologies from the Honorable Minister of Health. He had actually wanted to be here, but had some other very urgent assignments that he had to attend to. And to show the importance that he has put to this program, he has actually sent two of us to represent him, myself and my kid sister, Moyo, who is his personal assistant. As I was about leaving, Senator Bode Olajumoke actually pulled me and said, you are from the Federal Ministry of Health? And I said, yes, sir, I'm from the Federal Ministry of Health. He then said, what are you guys doing about all of this? And as I was about explaining to him, he didn't want to get distracted because of the debate that was, the discussion that was going on, and he was taking very copious notes. But the speech of the minister actually enumerates some of the things we are doing, okay? I'm not going to read the whole speech because, like I said, I'm going to paraphrase it so that I can also save time, all right? But for us, as we're all aware, and as been stated here today, the challenges of geriatrics are essentially non-communicable diseases, such as hypertension, diabetes, renal diseases, cancers, and all the rest of them. Okay, they are not just the challenges of geriatrics; they are also the burden, a major burden of what our healthcare system carry. And so we are very big on that in the Federal Ministry of Health. We actually have a whole division that takes care of all of this. But specifically to the geriatrics, okay, we have been encouraging a lot of our tertiary institutions in the last couple of years to actually set up geriatric centers, not just to take care of the very elderly, but to also produce human resources for the country. And I know that a lot of this is going on in quite a number of the institutions. When we were in medical school, okay, and I don't want to say many years ago, because there are a lot of very old people here. Some of them may ask, if you say many years ago, how old really are you too? Okay. We almost never heard anything of geriatrics, but it has become quite obvious today that these are peculiar challenges that need to be tackled, and the Federal Ministry of Health is actually responding to that. But it's not something that we can do alone, which is where private bodies like the JBS, Medical Care Services, is also coming in to actually help us to, undo some of these challenges, okay? But importantly, okay, is that it is important that as a country, we continue to make use of the innovations, the opportunities that we have to advance, okay, the care of our very elderly. And I'm very convinced that quite a number of us today would have benefited from the very beautiful and extensive discussions that have gone on. Okay. Yes, quite a number of us are in our 30s, 40s, and 50s, but there is virtually nobody that does not have an elderly person. So virtually all of us would take one thing or the other away that we can actually apply to our very elderly. So on behalf of the minister, I want to commend the JBS Medical Care Center for their pioneering geriatric care in the private healthcare space of our country, and for bringing us together to share knowledge, experience solutions, and I hope we'll seize this opportunity to be able to forge partnerships, inspire action, create a future where Nigeria can look forward to a no-regret old age. And I encourage all of us, okay, to actually take insights and strategies discussed here back today to our different communities. Thank you very much, and God bless our country.
Thank you, sir. Please a round of applause for him. That's mine. Thank you very much. Okay, are we having a wonderful time here? Okay, because it is too early to get bored. We have 3 more sessions to go, so there's a long road going, but definitely all of the sessions has a lot of value for us to take advantage of. So a lot of us could have gotten a sheet like this, right? And it has icebreaker. So we'll be doing this after the 3rd session. I just want to explain briefly what it's about. So there are different questions and there are boxes to fill. So the idea is for you to stand up and move around to partake in this exercise. You have a question like, look for somebody who was at the Healthier Aging Conference 2019. So the idea is for you to fill in a name. For somebody who was part of the 2019 edition, you have to get and fill in. Somebody who goes to the gym consistently, you get a name, put it. And we don't want same name for all of the boxes, please. You have to move around tables. Somebody who works at JBS Gerontology Center, obviously Dr. Olutoyin is disqualified. Somebody else aside from Dr. Toyin. Works in the healthcare sector. Look around for somebody who works in the healthcare sector and write the person's name. Wears medicated glasses. We have a number here. Just look for them and write their name. Find someone who has a PhD. Somebody who works at JBS Medicare Service. Somebody who is a business owner, who has attended all the Healthier Aging conferences. So you get responses to this as a result of your interaction. So we are looking forward to that interaction. And somebody who works with the government, somebody who is a vegetarian, someone who doesn't drink tea. You get that by interacting. Someone who is left-handed, and somebody who is 30-year-old, exactly 30-year-old. So this is some fact-finding session, and we look forward to everybody participating. When you're done, you're supposed to write your name because there are prizes, and very huge prizes to be won for the winner of this for this icebreaker bingo session. So we look forward to you participating. So very quickly, we'll move on to inviting the panelists for the 3rd session, which has to do with men's health. It's interesting, we recently celebrated Father's Day, and it's so nice to have men here listen to this very important session. And for women, daughters, mothers, you could equally pass this information to your male children. So please, let's put our hands together for men, right? All the men here. Let's put our hands together for all the men here, really. And we'll say Happy Father's Day in arrears, right? Congratulations to all the fathers. So I'd like to invite the speakers and the moderator. First, I have the honor of inviting Dr. Samuel Osage, consultant chirurgical surgeon. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Samuel Osage. All right, sir, you're welcome. Then we have Dr. Olayemi Daudu, physician, CEO, Cleaner Lassent Laboratories. A round of applause for him. Wow. Dr. Olayemi Daudu. The names just sound masculine. I apologize for that. Then the moderator is Dr. Femi Adenuga, is associate professor and consultant, family physician, and is the moderator for this session. A round of applause for him, Dr. Femi Adenuga. So you have 30 minutes. Okay, Dr. Toyin Ajala will join them later. I see she's busy. To join them on the panel session. But feel free, once you're done interacting, you would just chip in and join the conversation. Over to you, sir. 30 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're going to keep this very, very simple because I do realize that probably half the audience are non-medical people, and we want to make sure that the message today really reaches out to the people it needs to reach out to. Tony, thank you for bringing this on because prostate cancer, prostate health generally, is one thing that obviously only men are affected by. And as we know, most men actually don't seek help. Unfortunately, most men are brought to the hospital as opposed to the men going to the hospital. Mm-hmm. So, prostate cancer happens to be one of the most common cancer in men in Nigeria. And probably the second cancer-related death for men. So this is a very, very important topic. And the panelists here have already been introduced. Unfortunately, the third panelist who was supposed to be here is not able to come, Dr. Akinola, who is also a urologist. I'll start off first by just giving just a little bit of a preamble to this in the sense that, the prostate gland sits around the neck of the bladder. It's a very, very small gland, but it can be somewhat troublesome, if you would agree with me with that. In the sense that as we age, as men, the prostate tends to enlarge. And most people, I think I would say that when we were in medical school, what we found was that prostate cancer actually was a diagnosis that you found at post-mortem, meaning that when men died at old age, you happen to, because they died of natural causes, there was probably no need to really do a post-mortem, but most of those men were used for cadavers for us as medical students. And it was during those sessions that you actually found that they had prostate cancer that they had lived with for a long time. But that statistics is changing now for several reasons. And I'm hoping that with this discussion today, we'll be able to shed some light on it. So we'll start first with Dr. Sage. And I'd like you to just sort of give us a brief overview about your experience with prostate cancer diagnosis. What is prostate cancer, first of all? What is it that we need to expect in terms of symptoms? And then what is it that we also need to expect, or what is it that we need to know as far as risk factors for it? Because as you can see, the trajectory of today's sessions have really been looking at prevention. So, but we would be discussing prevention, and we would also be discussing recognition of it. Hopefully, people can get diagnosed very early if they are at risk for it. So over to you, Dr. Sage.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Adenuga. It gives me great pleasure to be here. My second attendance at the invitation of Dr. Ajala to speak on prostate cancer at the JBS conference. We all know or I suppose, we all know where the prostate gland is located. But I have to say that often when men come to the clinic who have just been diagnosed, it's amazing they don't know where the prostate is. Now, the prostate is located just beneath the bladder, the urinary bladder. And it is like a kola nut. When you look at it, it's almost like the kola nut. It comes in various shapes and sizes. Prostate cancer simply means uncontrolled growth or proliferation of the prostate gland. As Dr. Adenuga alluded, there was a time when a man died with it. You only got to know of it in post-mortem. But with advances in medical diagnostics and awareness, we are now diagnosing it much earlier. So there has been a shift from diagnosis at death to diagnosis at late advanced stage to now diagnosis when the cancer is localized to the prostate and causing symptoms, or diagnosis when it is inside the prostate, is not causing any symptoms at all, what you might call screening. That is going to come later. So that is the spectrum of the disease, from the latent phase, when it doesn't have any symptoms at all, to the stages when the man starts developing symptoms, to when the cancer has spread to other parts of the body, or the man simply dying with the cancer and is diagnosed at. And it's a shame, really, that in Nigeria, majority of the cancers that we diagnose are at the locally advanced or advanced stage. But we are making progress. And, you might say, is this just in Nigeria with black men in Nigeria? No. All over the world, black men have the worst kind of cancer when they are diagnosed with the prostate cancer. And it might amaze you that in the UK, the statistics is not much different. There's a big campaign at the moment, to try and catch the disease early. So that has to do with the background to all this. Now, how does prostate cancer present? At the early stage, the man may not have any symptoms at all. Why is that so? The prostate has got an inner aspect and an outer aspect. As it happens, most of the prostate cancers develop, up to 80% or more, develop in the outer aspect of the gland, which is further away from the urinary passage. Only a small proportion arise in the inner aspect of the prostate gland. As a result of that, the cancer can grow for many years without the man realizing it and not having any symptoms. The bad news is that by the time you are having symptoms, the cancer is getting locally advanced or advanced. All right? Now, but in the late stages of prostate cancer, the man may have urinary symptoms. He may have blood in the urine. He may have pain in the lower tummy around the prostate area. He may develop, depending on where the cancer has spread to, he could have paralysis of the legs. He could have pain in the bones and all sorts of symptoms, or just feeling unwell. So you can have no symptoms at all, or all kinds of symptoms. As Dr. Ajala would confirm, she often sees men at the JBS, elderly men. Their relatives have brought them, their children have brought them. They say the man is not eating. The man is unwell. He's not talking to anybody. He can't get up. He's always falling down and things like that. And what does she do? She does a gamut of tests. I found out that the man has got prostate cancer, usually quite advanced at that stage, when you cannot cure it. So those are the spectrum of their presentations. In terms of, I will not go so much into screening now. I think we are going to come to that later after Dr. Dawodu has spoken. Now, diagnosis of prostate cancer. How do we diagnose prostate cancer? Now, the only way to diagnose prostate cancer is by biopsy. The only way to diagnose prostate cancer is to stick in a needle in the man's prostate, take some piece of that tissue, send it to Dr. Dawodu. She looks at it, and she says, there's cancer in this prostate. All right? But how do you get to the decision to do prostate biopsy on a man? Number one, the man probably has undergone screening. He goes to see his family doctor, or he just wants to be sure, or a friend, a brother has got prostate cancer. He says, I want to check whether I have cancer. They do a blood test, the PSA blood test. And the blood test is said to be high. Then they go to the next thing. That's one, PSA blood test. Another one is abnormal digital rectal examination. When you examine the prostate and it feels abnormal, then, but mind you, the finger doesn't always feel prostate cancer. The fact that digital rectal examination is normal doesn't mean the man doesn't have prostate cancer. So there are lots of caveats to PSA. I deliberately didn't mention normal PSA. The laboratories will tell you not to fall in general, but it's not as simple as that, all right? There are several factors that come in interpreting PSA. And I can say with some degree of confidence that in the indigenous black man in Nigeria, there is no valid scientific study that has investigated that subject of normal PSA. So we tend to extrapolate from institutional-based studies that have been done locally or observational studies or from studies that have been done overseas to determine what normal PSA is. That's PSA, abnormal literature examination. And latterly, with advances in imaging, MRI has come into the equation. So people with abnormal PSA now, or even some people just say, I want to have an MRI done to look at my prostate because my friend just died from prostate cancer. You might do the MRI, and the MRI can tell you, it's a Likert score by the radiologist. It can tell you one of 5 things. It can say, number 1, it is very unlikely that there is cancer in this prostate. 2, it is unlikely there is cancer. Or 3, it is equivocal, 50-50. Or 4, likely or very likely. So whether the man has got, by the time it is equivocal, it is likely or very likely, then you invite the man to have a biopsy. So those are the scenarios. The other scenario, like the ones that Dr. Ajala sees in the elderly men who come in overrun by the cancer, they may not need biopsy because their PSA is very high. They've got signs of cancer in the bone all over the body. Then you can make a clinical diagnosis. But in the younger age group where the cancer has not overrun the man, then you then have to try and confirm the diagnosis by doing a biopsy. Now, how do we do the biopsy? You stick in a needle in the prostate. You can go in through the rectum. That carries a risk of taking feces into the prostate and resulting in risk of infection. So for that reason, you give the man a lot of antibiotics to prevent infection. The latest development in prostate biopsy is transperineal prostate biopsy, where you don't really go through the rectum. You go in front of the rectum and you stick in a needle and get the tissue from there. It might interest you to know that with that approach, you might not even need to give the man antibiotics, all right? Although, as a precaution, people still generally just give a single dose of antibiotics. The risk of infection from transperineal biopsy is virtually 0% or 1. So that's about the diagnosis of prostate cancer. So once you have done the diagnosis, the next thing now is to put the man, you look at the histology report and put the man in a risk category to decide what kind of treatment to give. And we're going to come to treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And that's a good segue to understanding what this PSA is. We keep hearing PSA, and I know my patients ask me that question, what is PSA? What is PSA? And as I move to Dr. Daudu to sort of highlight what that is, also tell us a little bit more about, because again, prostate cancer or PSAs, I would say, is very, very controversial. I think Dr. Sage mentioned a little bit about the fact that, there's not one, the way, in terms of interpretation of the PSA, there's no real validation or a well-studied, validated tool that helps us, especially in this part of the world, in terms of interpreting PSA accurately. I would want to turn over to Dr. Daudu to shed some light on PSA as it relates to prostate cancer diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adenuga. Good afternoon, everyone. And happy Men's Month. I believe it's still Men's Month. Thank you very much for the question. So a lot of people in their wellness screens have PSA done. And what is PSA? PSA is a substance that is produced by the prostate, even the normal prostate. And it's something that is elaborated when the prostate is also cancerous. So then you have to have an understanding of the values that you're working with to be able to interpret whether there's something going on or any sort of disease in the prostate. PSA is a blood test because the prostate secretes this material into the bloodstream. And there's a normal reference value. So in any laboratory that you go into, if you're testing any sort of analyte, there are reference ranges we work with. And for PSA, we measure it in nanogram per milliliter. And the normal prostate reference range, PSA reference range, is 0 to 4 nanograms. And so it said if you have anything greater than 4 nanograms, there's probably something going on in that prostate. That being said, there are some people who have prostate PSA levels that are what is considered within normal and still have prostate cancer. So it's a bit iffy. But what are the things that can cause elevated PSA? Elevated PSA can be affected from mundane things like just having sexual activity 2 days prior to that test, or for those that are into fitness that cycling 2 days to that period. If you take a PSA sample, it could be elevated. Other things that can also cause an elevation are things like infection or inflammation of the prostate. And then you also have, as we said, as men grow, they have an increased propensity to have an increase in the levels of their PSA. So a benign lesion of the prostate can also give an elevated level of PSA. And then you now come to the end of the spectrum where you're talking about cancer of the prostate. Now, that being said, PSA can also, and earlier in discussing with Dr. Adenuga, he was speaking to how people say they've gone from one place to the other and they have different levels of their PSA values. You also have to look at the methodology, the machines that are being used, and sometimes maybe reference ranges that are being used in interpreting PSA levels that are giving in the results. That's one aspect to the differentiations that you have. And it's also important to know that the evolution of the levels of PSA in the system vary over time as well. So again, the considerations you place when someone has a strong family history of prostate cancer is different from someone who doesn't have a family history and is doing a screening. And what we usually recommend is that if there's a family history, then you move it down a notch. So 40, 45 is what you recommend that they start using PSA to screen. And I would say, as an anatomic pathologist, I've seen that we have a lot of people in their middle age, 40-something, 50-something, that are actually coming down with cancer. And a few of them that I've known personally dying from that. So it's no longer a disease like in the past of the elderly. And what we used to call it was an indolent cancer. So like he mentioned earlier, at autopsies where you see that there's a lesion then, and this person would not die from the prostate cancer, but it will be something else and then you find it. But nowadays, it's not really the case. And I know that there are some other things that contribute to that in terms of the modifiable risks that we speak to. I think a lot of people on the 2 panels preceding this have spoken about maintaining weight, obesity. Obesity predisposes to every kind of cancer, and prostate cancer is not an exception. So consumption of red meat, dairy products, saturated fats, not being active, are things that can contribute to that. And interestingly, I think during COVID, a lot of us started taking vitamin D. We underestimate a lot of what vitamin D does. It does a lot for the immunity. Vitamin D deficiency has now been associated with an increased risk of developing prostate cancer as well. So those are some things that can contribute to the development of prostate cancer. I don't know.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I'm going to come right back to you. So I know that there's some variables because you did mention that PSA has to be interpreted in the context of several factors. You mentioned the risk factor of family history, for example. Also in terms of the actual activities that the individual had engaged in. You also mentioned about infection. And we do know that big prostates produce high PSA because, again, the PSA comes from the prostate. So you don't necessarily have to have prostate cancer to actually have a high PSA. However, are there other parameters in terms of blood tests or interpretation of that PSA that you can use to sort of qualify, so other qualifiers? And I would let you shed some light on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. So like when we were talking earlier, my reference was mainly around total PSA. There are now a lot of variables that you can use to decide or to define what that PSA means. And we talk about free PSA. In circulating in the body, the PSA antigen is bound to proteins. But when you talk about free PSA, this is free circulating PSA in the system that is not bound to proteins. It's been found that when you have a low level of that, it is associated with an increased risk of having a high-grade prostate cancer, a more aggressive prostate cancer. And then we also have something that we call PSA density. And like he mentioned, a risk factor I didn't mention is that men that are very tall are also said to be at an increased risk of developing prostate cancer. So the density of PSA, then there's something we call the velocity and the doubling time of PSA. And this speaks to the intervals of doing PSA. So you have PSA this year, and then it was maybe, let's say it was 2.5. And you come back, 2.5 is high, 1.5. And then you come back next year, it is 3. So there's an association around having an increased risk or being able to interpret that this level is associated with the prostate cancer specifically if you have a doubling time within a year that is very high in terms of the value chain of the PSA.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I'm going to move over to Dr. Sage since we're really, really constrained in terms of time. So we'll talk a bit about treatment because, again, lots of controversies around, treatment from surveillance to what they call active surveillance, watchful waiting, to actual different modalities of treatment. Can you please shed a bit of light so after it's been diagnosed?
Okay, thank you. Following a diagnosis of prostate cancer, the pathologist will give, that's what they call the Gleason. Dr. Dawodo will look at the biopsy specimen and give a score. We call it the Gleason score. Then you look at the Gleason sum. When it is 6, it is said to be well differentiated. When it is 7, it is said to be moderate. When it is 8, 9, or 10, it says to be poorly differentiated. Now, those ones that are 8, 9, and 10, so when a man is diagnosed with prostate cancer, the urologist must sit down with them and look at those figures. So those higher scores are the ones we tend to focus treatment on. Those who have 6 and some who have 7, we're not talking about risk category, low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. The low risk you can observe. It just means that you keep monitoring them, to avoid the side effects of treatment. You monitor them over time. When the feature of the disease changes either by higher PSA or a repeat biopsy score, then you can go for treatment. Then the same thing with some patients with moderate. But those who have high-risk disease, those are the ones that can kill the man. You must do something. If they are fit, you have several options: surgery to remove the prostate, radiotherapy, which can be done by internal radiotherapy or external radiotherapy. There are also some newer treatments, high-frequency ultrasound, cryotherapy. All sorts of things are coming up these days. That, in a nutshell, it's a very big subject. And then you have the role of hormones, you have the role of chemotherapy. But one thing is very clear. In starting treatment, you must establish the aim of treatment. What am I trying to do here? Is it to cure the disease or to simply control it? So set that goal. That strategy must be very clear. And then number 2, this man that you want to treat, can he withstand the treatment you are giving him? Is he fit for the treatment? How long is he going to live for? Does he have other illnesses that he might die from before this prostate cancer? The concept of competing comorbidities. So we have to look at all that. So decision making is a process that you have to go through with the man, especially if he can reason with you, to try and come to a decision on the best way to treat him. I would just like to conclude by talking about the surgical removal, total surgical removal of the prostate gland. Now, you can do that in one of three ways. One is the open operation, whereby you make a cut, you go and you remove the prostate. The second way that came up, the open way came up, about the 1800s, 1900s. Then, around the 1990s, the laparoscopic approach came up, using hand. You use a keyhole surgery, using your hand to dissect out the prostate. And now, the latest advance is robot-assisted laparoscopic prostatectomy, which came up in the 2000s. Now, in Europe and America, and more developed parts of the world, virtually all radical prostatectomies now are done by robotic assistance, even though there is no evidence that oncologically, in terms of the ability of the surgery to control the cancer, that it has overtaken the open operation. In other words, if you remove a man's prostate by open operation, laparoscopic surgery, or robot-assisted laparoscopic surgery, their chances of survival of the cancer for purposes of cancer alone, cancer survival, is flat, is the same. But where laparoscopy and robot assistance seems to have an edge is in the functional aspects. Maybe less stay in hospital, less pain, and some of the other things, erectile dysfunction, impotence, and all that. But if you speak to men, independent research, speaking to men who had this operation, they didn't really find any difference, which statisticians will call significant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sage, for that. Lastly, I just want to ask Dr. Daudu if there are any newer tests that are probably in the horizon, and if you could just talk
Yes,
about that.
thank you very much for the question, Dr. Adenuga. There's the prostate cancer antigen 3 that has now been, introduced, and it has more specificity than PSA for prostate cancer, and it's a urine test, which we would say is slightly more convenient than a biopsy in terms of speaking to, because the only way you can say that there is cancer categorically is for a pathologist like myself to look at it under the microscope, basically, and grade it. So, yes.
Right. Thank you for that.
right.
Our time is up.
Yeah, so there are questions, actually. So you respond to the questions. The ushers would bring the papers if you have additional questions. But the question I have here has to do with screening criteria, which you think, does it vary between Africans, African Americans versus Caucasians? Because lots of people have asked about confusing comments on the social media platform as to the criteria, the screening criteria for prostate cancer.
Do you want to take that? You can take it. Okay.
All right.
I think Dr. Sage alluded a bit to it when he spoke. Okay. So, did you hear the question?
The screening
in terms
criteria.
of differences between
Yes. Now let us,
Caucasians and
first of all, let's be clear on screening. What is screening? In the puristic sense, screening refers to going to a population of men who do not have any symptoms at all, who do not have cancer. It's a research. You go in there, for example, you go to Alaba Market. They are not sick. These are traders going about their business. You bring out men who are, say, between 45 and above, and you do a PSA blood test and a digital rectal examination, and nowadays MRI is coming in. All right? Then you then say what proportion of them have got cancer. That is what screening is. It's a research. It is usually government funded or funded by a research authority. But then you then have what we call case finding. Case finding meaning men who have got symptoms, that people go to see their general practitioner or they go and see their physician. They will say, just to be sure, let's just check the blood. That's case finding. All right? So you have, or you can also call it opportunistic screening. But all this together, so we don't have screening in the pure sense going on in Nigeria. But what we are finding is opportunistic screening and case finding. But for purposes of this discussion, we can accept it as screening. Now, the WHO came up with about 10 criteria that you have to fulfill to do screening. I'm not going to go into that. But when people say they've done screening, they simply mean they're just doing a test to check if they have prostate cancer or not. And that test is PSA, digital rectal examination, and more and more, the role of MRI in screening is being evaluated.
So
If I may just add to the PCA3, I'm so excited to hear that PCA3 is now available, because if you've done prostate if PSA is imprecise, or men are trying to avoid biopsy, the PCA3 comes into the equation. Or men who had biopsy before, and you are monitoring them, and they'll say, look, doctor, I don't want to go through that pain again, except I'm sure that this biopsy is likely to be positive. Then you can say, okay, let's do the PCA3. It's not only PCA3, there are other adjuncts to PSA that are available. But it's good that we now have PCA3 as an option. You do a vigorous digital rectal examination, the man urinates immediately after that, and the urine is transported to the laboratory. So I really look forward to that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asagi.
Thank you.
So I think just to add to that, when he spoke about the population screening, most times for wellness screening, I mean, what you generally see in Nigeria is that it's recommended when you turn 50, you should try to do your PSA annually. But like I mentioned, if there's a family history that has been established, then you want to encourage the males in that family to start to screen earlier. So 40, 45. And then there's also one associated marker or mutation that you find in females. So maybe the male patient's mother or siblings or whatever have done a BRCA1, BRCA2 screen. If there's a mutation in BRCA2, it is actually associated with a higher risk and propensity to develop prostate cancer. Yeah. Okay?
And on top of that, if a man's female relative, mother, sister, has got breast, colon, or ovarian cancer, you know, that leads to that. Now, the West African guideline for management of prostate cancer actually recommended screening to start at about 45. But in men who have lived in the United States or in the Western world, who return back home to Africa to live, or those who have family history of prostate cancer, you want to start a bit earlier, say at about 40. Yes.
All right, you have just one final question, then I would let you go. So pardon me if I don't get the correct pronunciation. I don't have any medical background. It says, any role of prophylactic prostatectomy.
That's a question for the surgeon.
In men with strong family history.
Yes.
Okay, so the question says, any role of prophylactic prostatectomy in men with strong family history?
Brilliant.
So that's a brilliant question, actually, because I think that our female counterparts, obviously, with some of what she mentioned in terms of these BRCA genes, which are genes that you use to more or less like screen people who may be at risk or who you think that are at risk, and you're looking for mutations in those individuals so that you can identify them before they even develop the cancer. And when they say prophylactically, it just means that you take the organ out or the tissue out prior to the development of the problem. So in this case, someone is asking that, is there a role for actually, maybe if you know that that individual may be at risk for developing prostate cancer, can you now go and remove the prostate ahead of actually making a diagnosis of prostate cancer?
Yes.
So that's a very interesting question.
It is very interesting indeed. It is a very good, I think somebody who wants to be proactive in his health might want to do that. And I know that some women have got their breasts removed where there is genetic evidence. I think the popular, is it Angela Jolie who had the breast removed? Now, that question actually comes up in urology very, very recently. A Nigerian man in this Lagos, his father died from prostate cancer. His younger brother died from prostate cancer. One of his brothers right now is battling for his life with prostate cancer. He has been battling with his PSA. We've done his biopsy 3 times. We didn't find cancer. He said, doctor, just remove this prostate. And I said, at the moment, we don't remove the prostate when there is no cancer. We might remove your prostate and there's no cancer there, and you have to live with the side effects of this operation. You say he doesn't care. He's read about it. Even though he becomes incontinent, loses his erection and all that, he's happy to live with it. But do you know what? He's had the cancer removed, and we are expecting the histology. But the last biopsy was equivocal. The last biopsy he had before the surgery was suspicious, but not diagnostic. But that's that.
Right. Well, thank you very much for that. As you can imagine, this is a topic that not only is it controversial, it's actually interesting, and it's also very broad. So I hope we've been able to do justice to it in the short time that we've had. But just in closing, I'm a family physician, and I'm an advocate for screening. I'm an advocate for prevention. So, and I want us to be able to take home from this that what we need to realize or identify is the fact that, first of all, we're blacks, we're at risk. We're Africans, we're at risk. We're men, we're at risk. So putting all of those factors together, screening should really start at age 40. And plus, a lot of us also don't know our family history. Our parents have not necessarily shared their family history, either from lack of knowledge or just from ignorance. Then they don't even know the history of their fathers and their forefathers. So again, we fall into that bracket of people who are at high risk. And we're finding that when people are diagnosed now, they're actually diagnosed with the very aggressive type of cancer. So having put all of that together, I think it's very, very important that screening should start at age 40. And what, again, from a practical standpoint, I get the research part, but from a practical standpoint, what that means is that you need to identify, you need to have a family physician, GP, whatever you call it, and see that person on a regular basis. We've also talked about the fact that, make sure that the screening is done or the tests are done in the same lab. Then also, when you look in terms of trying to determine whether the numbers that you get are consistent with the black population or our Caucasian counterpart, what is important is that the trend of the numbers. So if you come in with a 0.8 today, next year I do it, you end up with a 1.5 already. That, or actually no, you end up with a 2, for example. The doubling time of that is already higher than 0.75, which already tells you that in terms of the velocity that she mentioned, there might be something in that. So again, with the knowledge and informed decision of your family physician, yourself, and all of that, you are actually able to determine very, very early on so that you're not faced with people coming in at the time when they go to JBS and they have cancer all over the place.
Okay, so yes, so just before you go, this question is from online, and I feel it's worth asking. He said, I had a biopsy, and my Gleason score is 6. Since my biopsy, a lot of my friends who have done the removal have informed me that the side effects are terrible, like incontinence and having to wear diapers for years and not having erections. So he's asking, can these be corrected?
Okay.
I'll turn over to you.
What is not clear to me from that, is he asking whether he should have treatment or he's afraid of treatment?
No, he's asking.
He has not started showing this negative effect. So he's asking if this can be corrected.
He's
since
asking
his
that
friends.
can those complications be corrected?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, the first thing, remember I said a Gleason 6 is almost the lowest score that you can, that's 3 plus 3 probably. So you need to know what his PSA is. So assuming his PSA was lowish, all right, and the number of cores, positive cores found on the specimen was very few. So you could say that he has low-risk disease, all right? If he has low-risk disease, he can actually go through initial surveillance. Surveillance meaning you just keep checking his PSA, and all that regularly. And if the disease should change, then you can then offer him treatment, all right? But to offer that, he has to be motivated to attend his appointments and do all that so the cancer doesn't overrun him.
Okay, thank you so much.
But to complete the question, even if he went ahead to have treatment, it is not true that once you have treatment, you become incontinent of urine. I have so many patients who have had this operation who do not have incontinence of urine.
Okay.
I have several patients who have had this operation who have maintained their erections. All right? I have so many men who have had this operation. I don't have any patient who had this operation who is totally incontinent. What tends to happen is that they are incontinent when they cough, laugh, or sneeze, stress incontinence initially. Gradually, it improves. They may still get the occasional stress incontinence that may require one pad a day only when they are up and about, but when at home, they don't need it. So it is not true that once you have the operation, you must lose your erection. But you must accept that risk before you go for the operation.
Okay.
While the urologist may make the effort to preserve all of that, no responsible urologist who is practicing ethically would promise the patient that you will not lose your erection or you will not be incontinent of urine. So you have to be realistic in counseling the patients.
All right.
There's a buyer beware clause on that in the sense that that person who is asking the question needs to see Dr. Osagie and discuss the full picture, you understand, of his, before you take. So that's always important.
Before we
I
close,
find that people tend to just give snippets of their problem and then they absorb the solutions that people give them, based on that. But Toyin, go ahead.
I think before we close on this, it's important because, we chose men's health and prostate cancer because, like we've had this deluge, isn't it, at JBS Gerontology Center, men in their 70s, 80s with advanced metastatic prostate cancer. In pain, discomfort, Dr. Osagie comes in to see them. We have to start treating them. They knew they had prostate cancer over 10 years ago. And at that time, for many of them, isn't it, at least localized to the prostate? So it's important. I don't know what it is, but men seem to be afraid of treating. First of all, going forward for screening for prostate cancer. Once it's identified, they are afraid of the treatment. And they sit on this thing for a decade. It could have been treated 10 years before. And they have people at 72 coming in with PSAs of over 1,000, riddled with cancer. Nothing much can be done. And my job at that point is just to see them through at that point. So that's why it's very important that we're talking about this now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we could give... Sir?
A final message.
It has a final message. Okay.
I want to appeal. I see men who are dying from prostate cancer every day. And when you talk with them, you can almost see that, had they come up when they started having symptoms or when they did the test initially, they could have been cured. All right? How can we prevent that? All right? I want to appeal to men. I want to appeal to their female partners, their children, their lovers, and all that, to say the men must be aware of their PSA, all right? And the wives should also be aware of their partner's PSA, all right? One of the gifts you can give to your partner on Father's Day or on their birthday is a PSA test or a reminder to go for a PSA blood test. All right?
All right.
So I have got a public education leaflet. All right? I will send it to Dr. Ajala and all those who are registered. I'm quite happy. It's a public education document. So it asks a series of questions. At the end, depending on your score, it will say you are okay. Go and talk to your urologist. See your urologist now, something like that. And then it explains screening and diagnosis. So look at it and share it, with your friends. And when you've gone through, if you think you need to speak to a urologist, it's not an advertisement. You don't need to come to me. You can see any urologist of your choice armed with that information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A round of applause for them. We'll have a quick group photograph with a panel. Then they can have their seats. I see food is already coming into the equation, so I don't know if this is a good time to do our exercise. We've been sitting for so long, and I was really itching for us to stand up and move around. But now that food is on the table, maybe we'll move it to later. We should do that, right? You've been moving around. Oh, really? Some people have been sitting on their seats for very long. So let's stretch, let's work, let's move around. For those that have been doing that, great job. Then after your meal, we'll certainly have that exercise because we want people who are participating in this program to actually know people and be more familiar. These are some of the benefits you get from attending conferences like this. Relate with people and have good interaction. So I'm not fantastic with aerobics, but we could just stretch our hands, you know, push the foot forward and backward, raise up your hand, shake your waist, you know, just move around so that you are not fatigued for sitting for too long. All right, thank you. We can have our seats now. We are moving on to the next session. We have 2 more sessions to go. So let's settle down. For those who have their foods, they can sit and eat while we listen in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's have you seated. Our online participants too can also do some stretch. We're going to enter into the remaining 2 sessions after this short break. And the 2 sessions are very, very vital. We're taking a look at financial health as well as mental health. So you don't want to miss these 2 sessions. Financial health, mental health, after which we have the closing remark, then we call it a day. Thank you for your patience and thank you for staying the course. It's been an amazing time with you. Okay. All right, the Medical Women Association of Nigeria, I'm aware you want to have a photo session with Dr. Toyin. We could do that quickly. Okay. Okay, and if you are a female doctor in the house, it's an opportunity to also have you, female doctor in the house. How about aspiring doctors, ma'am? Female doctors in the house, please, you can join the photograph. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. We have 2 more sessions. This is just a very short break. And the waiters are still going around taking the orders of people. So after this photo session, we'll go straight to the next session. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, female medical practitioners. It's really nice to have you, and thanks for your service. We appreciate you. All right, so now we have to settle down. The next session is starting. Thank you, thank you. All right, so the program says financial health before mental health, but we are going to move mental health forward, while we'll take financial health last. So we're just going to make that quick adjustment. And the main speaker for this session is going to speak virtually. So what we'll do is we'll have moderators who have moderated different sessions come up stage, to actually interact with the lead presenter, whom I would introduce last. So bringing up the moderators who have chaired different sessions at one point or the other, I'd like to invite to come up stage Dr. Yinka. Okay. All right, so the moderators would not come up again. The mental health speaker will just do our thing, then we throw it open for question and answer. Thank you. Can we have one else? All right, so I'm honored to invite psychiatrist, mental fitness coach, and founder, Talk Mental Health, Dr. Adeola Adeyemi. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Adeola Adeyemi, as she speaks to us on mental health, latest coping strategies for stress and depression. Please, can we have Dr. Adeola on the screen? And let's listen in. Then we take questions from the audience. Oh, great, Dr. Adeola. It's nice having you. So Dr. Adeola is on the screen already. Let's everybody sit down. We listen to our presentation, then we take questions. Dr. Adeola, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Then the rest of the 10 minutes will be for question and answer. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. We can, doctor.
Yeah, and then my slides as well. I sent that already. I wonder if that could be shared.
It's been shared already. It's on the screen.
Fantastic. I'm happy to be here today, and thank you for the invite. I was going to say mental health was supposed to be the last session of the day. Thank you. Thank God you moved it forward. And as usual, mental health used to be the last thing people talked about. In fact, we never had the opportunity of talking about mental health until recently. I'm glad we were able to move it forward, at least to break that stereotype of putting mental health at the back of things with regards to our health. It is important, and it is very essential for us to understand that there is no health without mental health. Great speakers today talking about men's mental health, the brain health and all that. Fantastic. But then there's no health without mental health, and I'm glad I'm here today to talk about the latest coping strategies with regards to stress and depression. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So yes, this is a picture of the brain, just to let us know that our brain is important. The brain is like our powerhouse. It controls everything about us. It controls how we think, how we move our body. The fact that you were able to come today for this program is because your brain is functioning. And as such, we need to take good care of that brain of ours. I mean, it's not about just the physical impact of the brain on us. It's also about the mental and cognitive functions that the brain does for us. Without good brain health, without good mental health, I suppose this wonderful conference we would not have been able to organize it if our mental health was not functioning well in terms of our ability to cope with stress, our ability to connect with people. I could say that with the networking, our ability to, make meaningful impact like JBS is doing, we cannot do all of this if we are struggling mentally. Next slide, please. So why are we talking about depression? Why stress? I suppose we all are stressed, right? Stress is a normal, natural human response to challenges. It is common to life. It is what we would always experience. And 90% of all illnesses are stress-related. All because everyone reacts differently to stressful situations. We realize that when two people are exposed, are stressed, exposed to the same kind of event, their reaction to that stressful event is usually different. And then stress affects our body and our mind. It changes the brain. It causes a lot of problems in terms of our cognition, our ability to think. It causes fatigue. I realize that sometimes when people say they've got malaria and typhoid, it's not necessarily that they have that. It could just be that they are stressed. And we are quick to swallow a lot of tablets in terms of taking painkillers and all, not knowing that we're actually going through stress or some, in advanced cases, burnout, and we're not really taking time out, take a step back to rest and relax and recuperate so that we can gain back our energy. So are we all following me? I just want to be sure that we are listening and the audio is good. So if you have questions with regards to this, please do not hesitate to start dropping your questions in the comment box and also to the moderator. Next slide, please. So our response to stress makes a difference to our overall well-being. The way we react to stress, the way we cope with stress, it makes a total difference to our well-being. So it is not about the stressful situation you are going through. It is about your response, how you react to it, how you choose to react to it. And let's not forget that mental health, your ability to manage stress properly, adequately, without, adaptively, manage stress in the normal way is one of the criteria of a good mental health. Now, why depression? Why are we talking about depression? Depression is the leading cause of disability worldwide. I mean, yes, there are a lot of mental or physical health issues that are quite common, but depression is the commonest. Is the leading cause of disability worldwide. It is important for us to talk about depression because a lot of people are depressed, but they don't even know it. About 75% of people depressed don't even get the treatment they need. They're not diagnosed, so they don't get treatment. It is that bad. And we also need to understand that a lot of people that take their lives by suicide often have mental health problem. About 90% of them have a mental health problem. So you can see why depression is important, because depression is a psychological disorder. It's the most common psychological disorder. And 90% of people that die by suicide have a mental illness. So we need to talk about why people are dying, why people are taking their own life. And that is why talking about the latest strategy of coping with depression and stress is quite important. We're talking about aging well and also helping ourselves to live better lives. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could do in terms of helping ourselves to manage stress effectively. Honestly, I tell people that most of the things that you need for your mental health are affordable. They are very affordable. They are easy to get. But the problem is that a lot of us lack motivation. A lot of us can't be consistent with it. A lot of us can't keep up with doing things that would improve our mental health intentionally. So I love to use our tagline all the time: be intentional about your mental health. Be intentional about your mental health. And why I say this is because we can't just leave mental health at the back. Because it affects everything about us. When you are stressed, when you are psychologically down, you can't even function well. You can't maximize your potential. So you have to know how to prioritize your mental health. Managing stress is one thing you need to be able to do properly. And you can see from the slide, staying positive, learning how to relax. Some of us can't even rest well. We can't rest. We don't know how to rest. That's an issue with a lot of people. We need to learn to rest. We need to learn to take our minds off activities that would keep us overwhelmed, and learn to relax our mind and our bodies. But then I'm going to be talking about 3 important ways to manage stress today. Yes, there are a lot of things that can be done, but 3 important things that you need to do to improve stress management. Next slide, please. So the first thing is sleep. The first important thing to do is sleep. I don't know if people that are online could just put in the comment box, how many hours of sleep do you often get? If you can't put it, I know that we have a lot of people in the hall, and I may not be able to start asking. If I was there presently, I would have asked. But then if you could just put in the comments to let me know how many hours of sleep do you get every night? How many hours of sleep do you get every night? Someone said 5 hours. I don't know if the moderator could, if anybody is able to answer that, it would be nice. If the moderator could just help me.
6.
You get, someone said
so feedback, 6 hours.
Someone said 6 hours.
Someone said 8 hours.
8 hours, fantastic. 4 to 5, 6. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over 6 hours, good. So the truth is that if you want to live long and if you want to live well, research has shown that you have to sleep an average of 7 to 8 hours a day. If you want to live long and age well, because there's a difference between living long and aging well. You could live long and have a lot of health issues whilst you're still alive. But if you want to live long and age well, you need to prioritize sleep. And the research has said 7 to 8 hours. You can see from the last sentence on my slide, sleeping less than 7 hours a night can affect your health, can affect your immunity, can affect your nervous system. In fact, some researchers are, linked it to death. That people who sleep less than 7 hours are likely to die, younger than those who sleep more. So gone are the days when they used to tell us that if you sleep for 8 hours every day, by age 30, you would have slept for 1/3 of your life. No. That's gone are the days. I mean, we can't live by that standard. Sleep is what helps us. What does sleep do? Sleep improves our health. Sleep gives us the energy, repairs the cells of the body. Just imagine walking, and there are a lot of damages all over you. You sure need, it's beyond feeling refreshed. You need to be repaired. And it's during that sleep hours that your body gets to, do all those repair that needs to be done. As simple as sleep is the gift that God has given to us, and we need to maximize it. Yes, I know that there are a lot of things that needs to be done, and oftentimes we have deadlines, but if you are sleep deprived for maybe 1 or 2 days, that's fine. But then when you are regularly not sleeping well, you cannot age well. You cannot feel good about yourself. You sure need to ensure that you sleep well to be able to think well, sleep well to regulate your body temperature, sleep well for your immune level. It will help you to fall sick less when you sleep well. Sleep is your superpower. If you're a kind of person that wants that part of your brain, it's called the prefrontal cortex, where the executive function, works. All that has to do with problem solving, executive functioning, decision making. If you want to be able to think creatively, you need to prioritize sleep. So let's not forget, sleep is your superpower. One of the ways you can manage stress and depression is to prioritize sleep. That's number 1. Number 2, next slide, please. Exercise. I'm going to ask that question again. I don't know if I still have about 15 minutes, right? Yeah. I'm going to ask that question again. So how many of us exercise? Or let me say, how often do you exercise? The moderator could please ask around, and then if you're online, drop in the comment. If you don't exercise, just
Feedback
say I
on
don't.
how often you exercise.
How often
Every
do you
day?
exercise? Someone
Okay,
said
every day.
fantastic, 5 a week, 4 to 5 days a week. Someone said every day in the audience. Amazing, amazing.
Okay,
4 to
someone
5.
said 3
You
days
see?
in a week. 3 days.
Someone said 3 days. Good, 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 fantastic. So, yeah, daily, twice a week. Maybe I should just take it further. Moderator, could you please help me ask? Why? Why do they exercise? Why are they exercising? I want to know why.
Okay.
If you're online as well, could you just put in the box, why do you exercise?
I'm going to
Why
the
are you
everyday
exercising?
exercise.
When I wake up,
Why do you exercise?
when I wake up in the morning,
Someone said, I want to live healthy and live long.
Yes.
Good.
Yes,
To see the sun, amazing.
it warms my whole
Good,
body.
good.
It
Any
warms
reason,
me up.
build muscles,
My
keep me
muscles and
fit,
things.
and mental fitness. Amazing, amazing,
Okay.
amazing.
So feedback from everyday
fit.
exercise says it warms her body up each time she exercises.
Good, good, good. Warm the body up. Amazing. So, yeah. So I just wanted to shift our focus from losing weight when it comes to exercise. It's beyond losing weight, because some people would say the reason I'm exercising is because I want to go down by a dress size or something. For some ladies, they'll be like, okay, I think I've added weight and I need to. But it's beyond that. So if you can shift your focus of exercise from someone that said energy, from physical, yes, it's going to help you to lose weight, to mental, to holistic well-being, honestly, losing weight is just going to be like an addendum. Because exercise is beyond losing weight. Exercise helps everything about you, your ability to function. It boosts, gives you energy, like someone said, improves your mood, helps your cognitive function, your memory, mental alertness. That honestly, I exercise 3 to 5 times a week. On days I'm unable to exercise, you know what happens to me? My day just goes so bad. I would drag, the motivation is so low. I have to psych myself, work on my intrinsic motivation to be able to function that day. But on days that I exercise, I start my day with exercise, oh my God, that energy just comes. I feel so energized. I feel powerful. I feel being able to do so many things. So I've realized even when it comes to you trying to be careful what you eat, trying to avoid junks, when you exercise, you are likely to make the right decision in terms of what you eat, who you relate to. So your brain functions better with exercise. Why? Just because there are feel-good hormones that pumped out when you exercise. And exercising daily, like weight training, research has shown that weight training can help reduce the level of depression, can help manage depression. Aside from cardio, running and jogging or working out on the treadmill, weight training has been proven to help reduce the symptoms of depression. So these are latest strategies that I've found out. People who used to think that you would have thought that running would pump out a lot of chemicals. Happy chemicals in your brain, right? But weight training itself helps with depressive symptoms. So we need to start prioritizing exercise. Take care of yourself in terms of keeping fit, 10,000 steps, making sure that some people would say, oh, you have to go to the gym. No, you don't have to. Dr. Ajala knows that. She always say that she doesn't go to the gym all the time. She doesn't even like to go to the gym. But you being proactive about how you move, not sitting in one place for a while, perhaps setting goals like, if I sit for 1 hour, I'll move around for the next 10 minutes. Keep doing that and, try, instead of taking the lead, walking on the stair, taking the staircase instead of driving to the store, walking in your neighborhood, dancing around at home. Those are forms of exercise. Just keep moving. Movement is life, movement is medicine, and movement is therapy. So the last thing I'm going to talk about in terms of strategies for managing stress. I know many of us won't like it. Mindfulness. As far as simple as it may sound, it's very powerful. Mindfulness, and it's just the act of being present. It's just the act of being present, focusing on the moment and not worrying about the past or your future. But as doctors, as professionals, as ambitious people, it's very difficult to be mindful. It's very difficult to stay in the moment. We are high achievers. We just want to keep achieving. But mindfulness has been linked to longevity. The more mindful and present you are, the likelihood of you living long and aging well. It's very, very important. So because mindfulness helps to induce brain changes in a process called neuroplasticity, it helps to form new neural connections in the brain. Why? Because when you're worried, when you're getting so anxious about maybe things in the past or your future, there's a part of the brain that is activated. So the stress level increases, cortisol level increases, a lot of inflammations, and you are at risk of a lot of health issues when you get worried. But mindfulness helps regulate all of it and relaxes you. So it lowers cortisol levels and stress response. It shifts you from that flight and fight mode to the rest and relax mode. But I just want to ask you, do you think you can practice mindfulness? Do you all think you can practice mindfulness? Mindfulness is not trying to go into a particular place and trying to, do the yoga and all. It's just about ensuring that activities you do, you're present, and just like even eating, there's something called mindful eating, paying attention to the colorful dish in front of you, savoring the taste of your food, enjoying it. These are little ways by which we can practice mindfulness. And we also need to know that in terms of latest strategy, I know that for management of depression, cognitive behavioral therapy, I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's a psychotherapy that helps change the way people think so that it can impact on their feelings and their emotion, because there's always a connection between the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you behave. So CBT, for short, cognitive behavioral therapy, helps to change your thinking pattern. But there's a latest, we call it third generation CBT now, which is called mindfulness-based CBT, mindfulness-based stress reduction. All of these often would work and focus on mindfulness in terms of depression, in terms of management of depression. What does it do? It helps people, instead of changing that negative thinking pattern, we just want you to stay with that negative thinking pattern and be able to, manage it, be able to cope. Yes, I know I'm thinking in a negative way, but can I just stay with that negative thought? I'm not saying negative thoughts go away, but I just want to remain present with that negative thought and being able to manage it. Give yourself kindness, give yourself compassion whilst managing those negative emotions at that time. So those are the new ways by which we now manage depression. Because people have realized that changing negative thoughts takes time. In fact, for some people, it's difficult to change. The cognitive distortion will never go away. But with mindfulness, you can learn to cope with those negative emotions. So my last slide, please. Yeah. So we need to play more. So we need to play more, time to play. I think we kind of we often get so serious with our lives that we find it difficult to play. And that's why sometimes I liken ourselves with children. When you see children, you realize that they have better mental health, they are happier, they have less worries, just because they engage in so much playful activities. All right? So play keeps us vital and alive. Play gives us enthusiasm for life. All right? Play builds resilience. It helps us to connect with people. It boosts our creativity. It helps us to become less anxious and less stressed, less depressive illness, symptoms when you learn to play. I mean, it's also linked to mindfulness. It's just that you're not worried about what the future holds. You're just learning to stay and remain in present and playing and enjoying your life. And I'm going to wrap up by saying we don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. That's a word by George Bernard Shaw. We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. Whenever you stop playing, you're likely to age faster. So learn to play more. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That was indeed an amazing session. So I don't know, are there questions so that we pass the papers forward? Time is really running. Questions, mental health related questions, or stressors that you could do away with? Questions, please? Oh, great. I hope we listened to the presentation. I hope the food was not a distractor. The food did not distract, right? Okay. Because this is new. Oh, we have one and. Okay, because she's the only one, we'll just give her the mic to ask her question, then we move on to the next session. All right.
Okay, you were talking about the numbers of hours of sleep. And sometimes you said more than certain number of hours per night, and sometimes you said certain number of hours per day. So if I get 5 hours in the night and 3 hours during the day, is that still 8 hours of sleep for a day? Or do we need to get the number of hours per stretch to get the total benefits?
Doctor, did you hear the question?
I heard what she said. So what is recommended in 24 hours is 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So you may not be able to sleep for 8 hours at a stretch or 7 hours at a stretch. For instance, if you take an hour nap during the day, then if you now get 6 hours of sleep at night, then you're still fine. So it doesn't have to be a stretch of 8 hours a day. It's just that it has to sum up to 8 hours in a day. But we need to also understand that quality sleep, because you could sleep for 8 hours and not have quality sleep. So if you keep having intermittent breaks in your sleep, then there's a problem. You are meant to be able to initiate sleep and maintain sleep for as long as you can. But if you sleep for 1 to 2 hours, you woke up, and then you're unable to go back to sleep another 30 minutes to 1 hour, and then you sleep and you wake up in 2 hours. At the end of the day, you might have slept for 8 hours, but because of that frequent breaks in your sleep, you won't feel refreshed because you're not getting to the REM sleep, that deep part of sleep that is quite refreshing. If you keep having that, then you should actually see your doctor for an evaluation to know as to why you keep having those breaks in your sleep.
All right, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for dear Dr. Adiola Adeyemi. That was an excellent presentation and very straight to the point. So we have just one more session and we call it a day. I'd just like to inform you that there are quite a number of offerings that this conference has for you. And so we need to bear in mind before we exit this facility. I'm told that there is a free health screening for the first 50 people who came for this conference. Also, we have quite a number of exhibition stands outside that you should visit on your way out of the hall. Then the fact that there is a community that the JBS Medical Care Service is actually calling out for, and I believe maybe your contacts will be gotten. I guess Dr. Olutoyin will talk about that later. But we need to have a community of attendees that have heard what healthier aging is about and would like to be followed up consistently. She will do a bit of touching on that after the closing remark. Then I guess this is a good time to do our exercise. I don't know, how many of us have done something about this sheets? Anybody? So we clearly did not move around. We clearly did not interact. Everyone was given a sheet, the icebreaker bingo sheet. And I don't know if you found anybody who was at the 2019 edition of the Healthier Aging Conference. You need to fill in the name. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you didn't understand. Oh, I actually briefed us earlier. Oh, okay. So let me take it again. So this sheet has different questions and boxes to fill in a name. And each of these boxes has somebody who is in this hall who fits into this box, like somebody who attended the 2019 edition of this conference. The next one says somebody who goes to the gym consistently. If you need expo, she goes, okay, she said she exercises. I'm not sure she goes to the gym consistently. So that's something you need to clarify. Somebody who works at JBS Gerontology Center, aside from Dr. Tony, because it's obvious, JBS, works in the healthcare sector. You need to fill in the person's name. Someone who wears medicated glasses, get the name and fill in the box. Someone who has a PhD. There are quite a number of doctors, but we're looking at academic doctors now. Someone who has a PhD. And works at JBS Medicare Services. Somebody who is a business owner. Has attended all the Elder Aging conferences. Someone who works with the government. Someone who is a vegetarian. Someone who doesn't drink tea. And somebody who is left-handed. And the final thing is somebody who is 30 years old, exactly 30 years. So I need us to put a name. So it would require you to leave your table or talk to somebody on your table. So can we have that done in the next 5 minutes? If you are not eating, please get that done. Oh, you don't have yet? Hello, ma'am. Please, can she have one of this? All right, thank you. Some people don't have. If you don't have, just signify. So I give you 5 minutes to do that, please. What did you say? Some have even completed the form. Have you completed the form? All right, thank you. Please, 5 minutes to do that. It would require you to leave your table, but would love for you to fill. The left-handed person is very interesting, like someone who is left-handed. It would take quite a number of investigation. Or maybe you spot the person writing, oh yes, you're left-handed. Okay, I see some people doing the exercise and some people are unbothered. If you've completed the form, just signify to me. I'll come pick up your form. Just do well to write your name on the paper. You never can tell what you'll be winning. Okay, just wave if you've done so the ushers can pick up the form from you. As we get ready for the final session, one that would clearly interest you is we're talking money matters, financial health, rich old age versus poor old age. Rich old age versus poor old age is what we're discussing. All right, keep filling the form and keep asking around. I'm sure someone will win something interesting before we leave this conference, and that could be you. So let me quickly invite our speakers for the next session. 3 of them actually. I have the MD CEO FCSL Asset Management, Tokwe Omojokun. Please, a round of applause for Tokwe Omojokun. Welcome, Ma. Then we have Ed Asset Management, FCSL Asset Management, Omoefe Tega. Okay, Tega. And finally, we have Head Treasury Sales, MBHO Capital. That's Maureen Jide Ibironke. A round of applause for our final discussant. Like I said earlier, the topic is rich old age versus poor old age. It has to do with financial health. And like the rest, you have 20 minutes of discussion, then 10 minutes of question and answer session. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. We're from FCSL Asset Management. My name is Tokwe Omojokun. It's really, I would say, very gladdening indeed to be part of this. I want to thank the organizers, Dr. Ajala. I mean, part of what she said passionately. Sorry, can we have one house? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Part of what she said, and I was really intrigued by the passion she exhibited, you know. It was like, look, it's not enough that we are just concerned about the physiological aspects, right, of growing old or aging. But the concern was, what about the financial aspects? We've learned today that one of the stressors, is of dementia. One of the key contributors to dementia is the fact that people, depression is one of the reasons, isn't it? And part of what the World Health Organization, some of the studies that have been carried out by World Health Organization, American Psychological Association, is that money and finance are key stressors, whether we like it or not. And what we are just here to do is to make you more aware. If we take nothing home today, it's the fact that we want you to be more aware about money matters. We're very happy that we have those on the 7th and 8th floor here. It's indeed. So my colleague, Omoefe Tega, and then we've got Maureen who will also touch on one or two issues, will just take us briefly through some things to keep us more aware. More or less like a very short financial education. And we'll be very glad to leave the material behind for you to look through. Thank you very much for your time. Tega, over to you.
Once again, thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. I must say to our daddies, our mommies, and everyone seated here. Particularly, I listened to Dr. Olowo Kere, where he talked about the dreams, and the last S there, which I consider very apt, spirituality. So I want you to turn to the person next to you and just make a decree and say, I will age gracefully. I will age gracefully. Tap the person hard and say, I will age gracefully. I will age gracefully. I will be rich in my old age. I will be prosperous in my old age. If you believe that, say amen. Thank you so much. So quickly, we'll be talking about the rich old age and the poor old age. It's a matter of choice. And the truth is, whichever you choose, or whichever failure in not choosing any lands you on the other, you can choose to be rich in your old age. Failure to choose to be rich in your old age automatically means you will be poor in your old age. And at the center of both, really, it's a choice and also a plan. I don't know if you get that. At the center of both is a choice and a plan. Let's just move forward to the slides. These are just some quotes. My MD has spoken about that. Financial stress increases the risk of a heart attack by 13-fold. A study done by the South African Heart Association. The American Psychological Association stated, money and finances remain the top stressors. Next slide, quickly. Like I said earlier, at the center of this is financial planning. A lot of us, during our active years, oftentimes have failed to plan. Yes, we plan to send our children to the best schools. we plan to live life, holidays, but we often do not plan for our retirement, and we often do not plan for life after active service. Amen. Amen. Yes. So at the end, at the center of this, what is financial planning? It's all about a thoughtful decision in your money-making processes. It's all about making those decisions concerning your finance to achieve those goals that you have set in life. A rich old age is a goal. A poor old age is also a goal. It's a function of how well you have planned to choose what side of the divide you want to belong to. Planning for a rich old age, to be honest, it's a long-term goal. Next slide, please. It's a long-term goal. And it is a goal that requires active, thoughtful process. It's a goal that requires you partnering with very much eminent financial advisors. It's a goal that requires your all and well-being to be involved. Next slide, please, so that we can just run quickly within the short time. Life is a circle. And just like you look at this graph, every man is born, your active years, it peaks, maybe you could call it retirement, and you begin to decline. You're not as active as you used to be when you were 40. If I ask our daddy here, who is now 80, he probably is not as active as he used to be when he was 40. And as life cycle shows this, so is our wealth trajectory. So is our wealth trajectory. The difference between these two graphs you see is one who has planned and the other who has not planned. At 60, maybe after retirement, you no longer have the propensity to accumulate wealth. At that stage, it's a de-accumulation of wealth. What kind of life do you want to live after retirement? Do you want to maintain the same standard of life you're living now while still active? Do you want to be still able to afford the holidays you can still go for? But the truth is, daddies and mommies, I should shock you, and it's the reality. Gone are the days where children will take care of their parents. Do you agree with me? Gone are those days. The economy is now so tough. A man of my full old age, the parents are still seeking to help him get a job. Fathers and mommies at 60s, 70s are still sponsoring young ones like us. So you cannot afford to build your life and bank on your children. Gone are those days. So at this point, you must begin to think about life after retirement. And that is the rich old age we intend to bring your attention to. Next slide, please. And this just talks about the wealth management transition. For some of us who are precisely within the 25 to 45 years, we are still at this stage of accumulation. We have the strength, we have the energy, we can do 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs. We're at this accumulation stage. And so really our focus should be on how do I make more money? How do I have multiple streams of incomes? Really, that should be our focus. 25, 45. But a lot of our daddies who are seated here today, some of them are already at this stage, practically between the ages of 45 to 55, the preservation stage. You've got into the apogee of your career, fat bank account balances, probably in the 9 to 10 digits. We're not there yet. My MD belongs to that category. She belongs to that category. You know what I mean? And the last stage is the transfer stage. So at this stage, the focus really is, how do I preserve my wealth to outlive me? One risk, which we'll talk about in planning, is longevity risk. A lot of us do not plan to outlive our assets. A question was asked, how many of us want to live up to 100 years? I raised up my hand. But the truth is, you need money to finance living very well up to 100 years. Amen. You need money to finance living up to 100 years and to live well without being a burden to others. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? And so you must plan for it. Let me shock you. The insurance firms, I believe some of us, after retirement, if I ask our daddies, you may have bought annuities. Am I correct? PFAs would have sold you annuities. But the truth is, those guys don't want you to live long because it's a risk to them. Do you agree with me? They don't want you to live long. So what am I trying to say? Do not bank or plan on your pension fund. It will not take you through retirement. It would not see you through retirement. You must have a plan by the side. So that is the difference. Then the last end is transfer. A lot of us don't think about this. Transfer of your legacies, estate planning. Oftentimes we have worked hard. You've built estates, you've built big businesses. But the question is, what happens to those estates and legacies when you are long gone? I don't know if you get that. We hear of big companies abroad in their third generations, in their fourth generations. But the question is, how many Nigerian businesses have such? You've worked hard for these monies. After your death, what happens to these estates? How would your children spend these monies? Hard-earned assets. When you look through the annals of Nigeria, you see a lot of such assets wasting. People who have plans to pass on their estates, children fighting over such. I believe some of those persons in their graves, they are rolling over and crying. Why? Because they have failed to ensure a transfer of their legacies. And we'll just run through quickly. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So in planning relief, which is the crux of it, these are certain risks we must consider. As financial experts, when we sit with clients who we are saying, you need to start planning for retirement. You need to start planning for old age. These are certain risks you must take cognizance of when we advise. Your longevity risk. Will your assets outlive you? Inflation, legacy, your ability to pass on these assets to your loved ones, to your children, to ensure that there are no strife. Market risk. You don't want to have properties where your children sell them off and they waste it all. Liquidity risk. You are old. You've bought houses all over the place. And you need money. It's not easy to sell real estate. How many of us agree? It's not easy. So we usually would advise that you must diversify your portfolio. I had a client, or rather we had a client 2 years ago, 60-year-old man who had a lot of real estate around the place. And he came to us and he said, I don't think I will be able to fund my life by virtue of this real estate. What do we do? And we advised, sell off some of these properties. He sold off some of these properties. We advised on certain stocks he should buy. And annually, I tell you, that man receives dividend from those stocks on an average of 100 million, which funds his lifestyle. He invested over 700 million in buying certain bank stocks, 2 bank stocks. I don't want to promote the banks here. Consistent in paying dividends. So 100 million in dividend comes to him when those banks pay their dividends annually and interim. That funds his lifestyle. Quick cash flow. Next slide, please. So these are risks you must consider when we advise in planning for your retirement. Next slide, please. Again, what is retirement planning? Like I mentioned earlier, it's just you having to set down processes, make decisions that would help you fund your life after your 8 days. Basically, that's what retirement planning is all about. But key things are needed to be put in place. And number one is, what are your assets? You must begin to start thinking about what kind of assets do you have. We saw the slides which we showed earlier. At 45 to 60, you must begin to start looking at, where do I put a lot of my monies? What kind of assets? Is it fixed income? Is it in equities? Is it in real estate? And we usually advise on the kind of allocation you should have. Then also you must now look at your expenses. It is often said that at least you need 70% of what you earn now whilst you're still working to fund your life after retirement. 70%. So if I'm earning ₦1 million today and I'm living okay, after retirement, at least I need a 700K on a monthly basis to be able to fulfill and meet my goals upon retirement. Next slide, please. That's what basically retirement is all about. I've talked about non-reliance on your PFAs. It won't do you any good. You must have a plan by the side. You must have a plan by the side. I've said it, you need at least 70% of your annual pre-retirement income to live comfortably. Next slide. Your RSA is never sufficient. Now, just to the crux of the matter, what asset classes usually do we advise? Usually, we would advise based on your risk criteria and your investment objectives. Different asset classes, fixed income, equities, real estate, and others. How many of us know about treasury bills, commercial papers, federal government savings bonds? These are placements, short-term deposit placements, where you can put your monies, ranging from different tenors. Looking at the current market dynamics, fixed income placements are usually the best advice at this point in time. You cannot take risk. Fixed income instruments is advisable. You have some elements of risk, and for long term, you can consider equities. You can begin to buy stocks for the next 10 years. You're just accumulating. I once dealt with an estate where the man had Nestle. The children came to sell off his Nestle shares. Young boys, 22, 23, 25. We sold off the Nestle shares and it was worth 350 million. I saw a 22-year-old boy, 300 level in Unilag, has 120 million by virtue of his father's shares that was sold. Precisely this man was accumulating those stocks as far back as 1980. We must begin to put together all of those strategies in planning for our retirement. We cannot say the stock market is bad, the stock market is bad. If you're wise with the right investors, you would enjoy the benefit of the stock market. Inflation today at 34%, it's only the equities market that can give you a return that can surpass inflation. That's the truth. With the right advice. Real estate investments, which we also have, we advise on that. There are REITs, different types of buckets put together, solid. With the right advice, you get those kind of asset classes. Next slide, please, so we don't take time. Again, the last stage, which is basically transfer of legacy. A lot of us oftentimes don't think about this. You've worked hard for the money, you've built the estate, what happens thereafter? We all know the popular River State billionaire who died, I think in 2020, whose body was in the morgue for over 2 years with the children fighting. We all know, I don't want to mention his name, but we all know him, right? We even know the popular legal son, F.R.A. Williams, whose estate is still being debated in court today. Why? Because they failed to plan their estate. We can avoid this. So the question is, how do you plan your estate? How do you have a say in what happens to your assets? How do you have a say in who do I give these assets I have worked hard to, even whilst I'm alive and even whilst I am dead? There are different ways of planning your estate. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, these are just major concerns, and a lot of us have those concerns. You probably have 2 wives, and the truth is when you are gone, what will happen? Will the wives be fighting over your properties? You have, I don't want to say an illegitimate child. You had a child before wedlock. It's realistic. What happens? Will the interest of that child be taken into cognizance when you're long gone? These are things you must think deeply about, because when you're gone, it could cause issues. So how do you fortify yourself? How do you hedge against all of these risks? Different ways. How will I fund my current lifestyle after retirement? What's going to happen to my first daughter? You know, different questions here. We'll leave the slides with you. Next slide, please. There are several tools you can use in planning your estate. A lot of us know about wills. We know about trust, power of attorney, nominated fund. But really what we like to add here is the fact that you must look at your situation carefully for you to know what tool you would use in planning your estate. You must look at your situation carefully. Are there intricacies? Wills are good, but sometimes wills are not foolproof. Wills can be contended in a law court. Do you agree with me? Yes. Customary laws sometimes might inhibit you from making certain decisions in your wills. The Edos believe that the first house must go to the first son. What if you don't want to give your first house to your first house to your first son? So wills sometimes are not waterproof. You must look at your intricate situations. Trust, a living trust. Very also solid way of planning your estate. Sometimes when I look at that River State billionaire, I wish he had a trust, a living trust. What is a trust? You simply hand over the assets to a corporate entity and say, hey, manage this asset on behalf of so and so. It avoids issues. It avoids issues. You said what? Yes, to a large extent. And again, it allows for privacy. The world doesn't need to know what you have. But wills, oftentimes, when there are issues, the world knows all that you have. But if you want to maintain that privacy, a trust is very key. And the challenge with wills also are the taxes. Because when you do a will, you need to go through the probate. But the trust helps you avoid all of those taxes. And those taxes can be quite expensive. In fact, going through the probate process is a Herculean task. A lot of monies today are seated in banks unclaimed. Why? Because the beneficiaries were tired of going through the probate process. Another way is a nominated fund. Very simple. It's less cumbersome than a will. All you just need to do, go to your bank, your fund manager, and tell them, hey, I am putting this note when I'm dead. These monies in this account should go to a listed beneficiary. It doesn't need to go through the probate or anything. Nominated fund. Easy and simple. Probably you have a burial wish. You could just put the monies aside and instruct them, when I'm dead, these monies should be used for my burial. No taxes, no issues. Power of attorney. I heard all the fantastic thought. Nobody knows what will happen tomorrow. We talked about dementia. You know, a power of attorney can help guide. Durable power of attorney, medical power of attorney. You could lose sight tomorrow. Someone whom you've trusted that he can make medical decisions on your behalf. You can have a power of attorney in place. Next slide, please. I think I've just summarized everything. The wills, the trust, yes. Next slide, next slide. Nominated funds, which I've spoken about. We can share these materials. Yes, durable power of attorney. Next slide, yes. At the end of the day, planning your estates allows you to give what you have to who you want, when you want, in the way you want. Very key. It allows you not to pay over-the-roof litigation costs and estate taxes. Worse still, if you fail to plan your estate, you would leave it in chaos for professionals. I see there's a lawyer there. They would feed on it. They will make money on it. You're considerate. I like that. I like that. And of course, very apt. A lot of banks sit on those monies. That's why they post the kind of profits they post. Yes, that's the truth. Next slide, please. And really, for us at FCSL, what is our advice? The best time to plant a tree was 40 years ago. The next best time is now. You must start early, and you must stay focused. There are investment opportunities that you can explore. Solid investment opportunities, our best position to provide those advice. If it's planning your estate, making those preparations for retirement, we are helpful to make those advice. Watch your addictions, your style of living. Explore other alternatives when you make purchases. I'm 37 now, 60 years. I believe those who are young like me, you might think 60 years is far-fetched. In the twinkle of an eye, 60 years is now. 60 years is now. You must begin to start planning for your retirement. Review and rebalance your investment portfolio. For our daddies who are here between the ranges of 45 to 55, you must begin to start rebalancing your portfolios. Where do you have your assets? A lot of them in real estate. You must begin to move some of them to money market instruments, liquid instruments that you can turn over 30 days. I need some money. Within the next 20 days, you get your funds, right? Then you must seek advice from professionals. Seek advice from professionals like us. Thank you. Next slide. I think we're already done. So these are the various investment options: fund placement, treasury bills, FGN saving bonds with quarterly coupons that are being paid. Yeah, these are short-term instruments. Next slide, please. We have a discretionary portfolio. We usually advise this for persons who are looking to plan for their retirement. You could say, I'm putting aside this 10 million naira every year for the next 20 years. And we're able to tell you what kind of asset classes you should invest those monies. You'll be able to see what kind of returns you would get. We have equities through the FCSL trade. We advise on stocks you can buy. Then real estate assets. We have a beautiful estate, which is the Mayegun Beach Estate, located at the 5th roundabout by the beach side. You want to enjoy the cool breeze by the beach, we afford you that opportunity at the Mayegun Beach Estate. Next slide, please. I think that summarizes it. You want to speak about
you?
Yes, about us. You want to talk about yes. I'll allow my MD to just talk about us, FCSL.
Okay, thank you very much. Very quickly, thank you so much
A round
for
of
the
applause
audience.
for them.
Thank you very much. Just to talk quickly about FCSL. FCSL started in 1994. We used to be on the floor as Fancy Securities. So we're 30 years this year and counting. Currently are licensed by the Nigerian Stock Exchange, NGX Group, and the Nigerian Security and Exchange Commission as stockbrokers, broker-dealers, and issuing house. We are also in the process of fund management license securement from the STC as well. We also are part of a group, the MBO group, MBO Capital. Maureen, I don't know whether she just wanted to say one or two things. And they are actually the promoters of the Mayegun Beach project. And I remember when we were talking, and then I told my colleague, I said, look, tell them in old age, they need cool breeze blowing on them. On a beach estate, sipping pina colada, by the beachfront. That this is what this estate offers, and we'll be very, very happy to provide further information. We have our stand outside. Maureen, do you have one or two things to add? And just the final slide, just talk about our board of directors. Mr. Lekon Bello is our chairman. We also have likes of Jide Ogundari and other renowned, very respectable gentlemen on our board. Thank you very much for your time. Maureen, anything to add?
No, I'm good actually. You guys are very clear.
Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for them. Okay, so I would expect questions to come forward, but I like the presentation of Mr. Tega, or I should call you Pastor Tega. It was a wonderful presentation, but one question that was being asked on my table is there was a mention of a lot of millions, 120 million, put 10 million annually, and it clearly sounded like a lot of money. Before you can put aside 10 million naira, you clearly have a lot more, for the year. So for those who don't have the kinds of monies that you were mentioning, is all hope lost? What's the alternative for people who have aged and are still looking to live and healthier life, but they don't have so much money that you were mentioning in your presentation?
Okay.
So I'd expect more questions.
First of all, pardon me for the huge sums I was mentioning. The beauty about investing is there are asset classes that cuts across all levels. You don't need the hundreds of millions. You don't need the 10 millions. Today, with as low as even a 500,000, a 1 million naira, you can invest in the treasury bill. The FGN savings bonds, as minimum as 5,000 naira, you can invest in an FGN savings bonds. Is it shares you want to buy as small as 5,000 naira? You can commit to just investing 10,000 naira in a particular stock over the next 10 years. You might think it's small, but 10 years from now, 10,000 naira every month, it will go a long way. So it cuts across all cadre. Yes, you could be in the millions, the 50 million, the 100 million, that's fantastic, but there are no limitations. There are asset classes across every minimum level. As low as 1,000 naira, you can invest. You can plan for your future and for your retirement.
All right, thank you so much. I've not received any questions so far, so I think we're fine with the presentation. Please, a round of applause for them once again. Take a quick group photograph, then they step down to their seat. Dr. Olutoyin, I think you should join them. No, you can stay upstage, yes. Stay upstage. Thank you so much. And I believe your stand is outside for further inquiries. Please feel free to visit their stand. Their stand is just as you exit the hall on the left. To even start the plan today, it's good to start because you're hearing the information fresh and it's easy for you to take action. All right, great. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them as they make their way to their seats. I indeed must commend every one of our guests for your patience all morning. Thank you for staying the course, and we are finally coming to a close of this very lovely event. It's few minutes to 3 p.m., but I see that we clearly gained a lot from the conversation today. The form, I'm still going to talk about the form, after the closing remarks. So if you filled your form, please signify to an usher who would collect that. Before I invite Otumba Bimbo Ashiru for the closing remarks, I'd like to invite Miss Esther Olashore to come and speak to us on the advantages and the benefits we get to enjoy by joining the Healthier Aging Network. Please, a round of applause for the beautiful lady who is stepping forward. Oh, I like that. Thank you so much, Esther.
Thank you so much for coming and attending and participating and making the Healthier Aging Conference 2024 a huge success. Well, so after this, we've created the Healthier Aging Network. It's a community for all of you, across all age groups to come together and, learn the early interventions for like in a shorter time frame. So instead of coming every year to the Healthier Aging Conference, and that's like the only time you get to learn about the early interventions, you become a part of this community, and you get tips from the geriatrician herself every month. You also get to be a part of the support groups. And one thing we have found I'm not a doctor, but in my time working with Dr. Tony Ajala, I've seen that loneliness is one of the things that really does kill older people. And it helps if you have friends across all ages. And here you have, people that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all the different age groups. So it's an opportunity for you to have friends across all ages. So when your friends are 70 and don't take early interventions, start dying, you still have friends that will keep you, keep you active and all of that. So you're going to get this card at the end of the conference. It's going to be in your goodie bags. And there's going to be a number on it. So if you want to be a part of the elder aging community, just send a message to that number, and we would add you to the Healthier Aging Network, and you can gain benefits from it every day rather than just once a year. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for her. All right, thank you so much. And so, just like she said, the cards will be in our goodie bag so we could get the numbers and send a message to be a part of the group. For the closing remark, I have the honor of inviting the chairman, Odua Group Trustee, JBS Elderly Care Foundation Africa. A round of applause for Otumba Bimbola Ashiru. That applause is too cold for Otumba, who Doctor had adduced to the fact that he is largely behind the success of every event. Please, a round of applause for him. Proper round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the time is well spent. This is my first time of seeing an event like this, where people will still stay towards the end. So it clearly shows that as Nigerians, people don't want to die. So it shows that health is wealth. But first of all, I want to commend Tony for this job well done. I think she deserves a standing ovation. Thank you very much. And I will tell you the reason why. Do not be deceived. Toyin still works in England, and she comes into this country virtually every other month. And you know how much it takes to fly out of Nigeria and come back into Nigeria. So Toyin is one of those Nigerians that have jackpadad. And the fact of this matter is that for her to organize I remember the first one we organized in 2019, the hall wasn't filled up like this, and it was at Commercial House in Victoria Island. And look at today. Today, we call this event a value chain because we invited the doctors, the medical experts, and at the same time, the financial experts. But those people from FSL, you are going to pay for this advertisement because it's marketing. No, don't worry, I'm a banker. So I understand what, and the gentleman, his mouth is so sweet that, where is he? And he was so strategic. He was saying, talking like a pastor. So you could see that he can sell dead body. So, but on a more serious note, I want to commend our mothers that are sitting there. I mean, I'm so proud of them. Auntie Ronke, Professor Kishete. Professor Kishete is 85. And you can see her. She's standing, 85 plus, 86. I was actually I was telling my wife something that happened. We went for dinner in London, and Auntie Ronke was going home. I was still looking, and I saw her walking on Baker Street. That was just last year. Yes, she was walking smartly. So it clearly shows that living well is very key and important. Dr. Mrs. Ekweme, Her Excellency, I mean, the wife of the former Vice President of Nigeria. And you could see that the stress of this country has not affected her. You know, first ladies second ladies, wives of governors, presidents. When they leave office, you could see, she's still mingling around us here, and she's living very well. So the age, when we are talking about age has nothing to do with your health. So it depends on how you manage your life and how you manage yourself. You can be 90 and you still look well, and 80 and you look bad. 40, you might probably look worse. So the most important is that we must take care of our health. So for someone to organize an event like this, to lecture people, to tell people this is how you should live your life, it clearly shows that the person cared. And that's why I said we should give her a standing ovation. So on that note, I want to thank each and every one of you who are here today. It's not, JBS is, we look at getting old. In the last 1 month or two, the topic I've been hearing is that people are worried about the millions, thousands of dollars we are spending on our children. That they go abroad, they go and, now with the rate of dollars and the devaluation of Naira, you can see parents sending these children to school over there, spend as much as £100,000 in a year, or $80,000 in a year, and these children now graduate, they get married, and they forget their parents. It's not their fault, because I remember that our own parents too, they were trying to help us those days, but this time around, we live for our children. Many parents are broke because of these children, because the rate of dollar, and the issue is the fact that people are so ashamed that, oh, I've sent my children abroad to go to school, and I can't bring them back to Nigeria. But the frank parents, they say, well, to hell. Let them come back to Nigeria and come and school. Well, luckily for some of us, we are not paying any school fees abroad anymore. I'm happy that I just did two. My daughter, comma, my son, full stop. So there's no need to pay school fees. But having said that, it clearly shows that we need to start looking internally. I granted an interview just now, and I said, you must start being selfish as parents. You must start looking at your own health. And most of the reasons why parents are having issues is that these children, they go haywire, they join bad clubs, bad friends, and during the process, parents start thinking, they develop high blood pressure, they have this, they have that. So the most important thing is that parents, we should continue to pray for our children, and we should continue to take care of ourselves. So to live well is to take care of yourself. And they said we should reduce alcohol. So all this champagne that we are drinking at parties, let us stop it. Whiskeys, let us stop it and live healthy. If you notice, there are no soft drinks here today. It's deliberate. It's deliberate so that you people will not have diabetes and everything. But it's the only way to go. So on that note, I want to thank each and every one of you. And I want to tell you that we will keep on inviting you for occasions like this to talk about health, because health is wealth. So I thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Otumba Abimbola Ashiru. Thank you. And I'd like to invite Covena, our host, for a parting shot. But first, I must commend the fact that we got not less than 15 people sending 100% responses to the quiz. No, it goes to show that we are mindful. You know, the doctor on mental health talked about mindfulness. You can be at a conference and not be at the conference. But I like the fact that people here are mindful of the fact that they are here, and the hours they are spending here would be committed to making this conference a success. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I'll pass it on to Esther and her team, and they would reach out to whoever would get the gift from this session. Thank you so much. So on that note, for our parting shot, I'd like to invite Dr. Olutoyin Akonde Ajala. A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. That was amazing. I actually had things written down, but I don't think I can read anything now. I just want to say thank you to everybody who took the time to come. You know, we had, I think, 3 weeks to organize this conference and to start putting it out. And anybody that knows me knows I put things out. So we put it out, and, you know, this has been amazing. We set up for, I can't remember how many, and the hall was full. And I don't know how many people joined us online, but lots of people joined us online. So thank you all very much. You're all amazing. You're wonderful. Thanks to my darling Egbon, Otumba Abimbola Ashiru. I mean, the other guests of honor, they've left. and because they had, other things they had to do, and it was a sacrifice for all of you to be here. I really have to thank one person. She is overwhelmed, rushed off her feet. Esther. Oh, she's over there. Esther Olashore. Can you put your hands together for this amazing 26-year-old? She's my EA. She's EA, she's foundation admin, she's everything. She's exactly a week older than my eldest daughter. So she's my daughter. She's a Gen Z. I know things like, it's not giving and, come here, come here. She put it all together. I didn't stress her that much. Normally, when we're going to put things together, I have a group of people that help me, Laura, Yinka, Fumi in Ghana, and all that. None of them was, Esther did it all. So, round of applause to her. I don't know whether my hobby is online. He said he would join us if he can. I don't know whether he's online or not. Dr. Oluwatosin Ajala, he is my solid support. He is the one that enables me to do anything I do. He allows me to come and go. He supports me in everything I do. He actually makes me feel like I can walk on water. Anything I say we're going to do this, and he rallies me, he riles me up. I mean, he gets it going. So big thank you to him. I don't know whether he's online. I hope he is. I want the entire JBS Gerontology, JBS Medicare Services team to come forward. Everybody. JBS Gerontology Center, JBS Medicare Services. We have some of them here. We have the others back at the center saving lives. We actually have someone who is not very well at the moment, so some people have had to leave. And we have some in the community also saving lives. So can you all come forward? JBS Gerontology Center, JBS Medicare Services. I give them a hard time. I'm a perfectionist. They know that we have to get things right. And they are here. Where is everybody? Dotun, leave the drink. Come this way. Okay. Just as a reminder, like I said before, since 2019, there have been changes. In 2019, we didn't have this center. Now we have it. It's the first private geriatric hospital in Nigeria. It's the first private specialist center for older people. We do a myriad of things. We have inpatient admissions. We do outpatient clinics. We have a dementia day activities unit. And, physiotherapy, everything. Come this way. Come round. Is this everybody? Where's Dr. Ike? Oh, Dr. Ike, you're here. All right. So, and now we have a middle-age clinic because of these concerns, because we have people in their middle age. When I say middle age, from 50, I don't want to say anyone under 50, although we've admitted a 21-year-old to the center, whose father believes in us 100%. So, we have a clinic for middle-aged people. And basically, if you're worried about memory problems, and you wouldn't believe how many middle-aged people are worried about memory problems, weight issues, agility problems, mobility problems, you can come to us. We do early interventions, we'll do tests. We do some specialized testing for middle-aged people and early interventions. And we do specialized testing for things like preventing vascular events, etc. It's not about dropping dead alone. It's about having an event that is going to leave you disabled so that in your old age, you won't be able to manage yourself. Those are the sort of things that we are passionate about and we look after. Not just our old people, middle-aged people as well. Right, okay, so thank you all. These are members of the team, from Chef Cynthia, who is one of my backbones. She does an amazing job. I'm one of those highly critical people, but she's still here. She hasn't run away. My clinical director, Dr. Ike Nwachuku, I'm always giving him a hard time because he runs things when I'm not here, and I know I give you a hard time. Thank you very much. One of my medical officers, Dr. Dotun Ayodele, she's a health services manager. She just joined us. Her name is Mrs. Dolakbo Oshidele, and she's helping us put things straight. Where is PM, practice manager? Well, I don't know where she is. We've got one of our occupational therapists. Her name is Sheon Afolayo. We've got Yusuf, who helps us with our processes. We've got, Beatrice, and you are a member of JBS. Okay, so we have Beatrice, who's a member of JBS. Thank you very much. I don't know everybody. We've got Ola, who's one of our nurses. We've got Favor, who's one of our OTs. These ones do a brilliant job with dementia patients. I am not blowing our trumpet at JBS Gerontology Center, but I know that many people know how good we are with our patients with memory issues. That is one of the reasons why we are still here. Oh, we have so many other people. We've got Nurse Peace, we've got Nurse Buhari. Everybody loves Buhari. I don't know why. It might be his name, I don't know. But everybody loves him. You know, all those cranky old women who don't want to see anybody, they want to see Buhari. We've got Solomon. Sorry? That's Buhari with the mask. And I mean, it's all those cranky old women who don't want to see anybody. They want to see Buhari. So Buhari is excellent. We've got Nosoyinda. Nosoyinda is one of the old guards from way before. You know, she's still here. She hasn't run away, so I can't be such a bad boss. We've got Adeola. We've got Solomon. Solomon is the baby of the center. He's going to go to Unilag this year, by God's will. Anybody have any legs to get him into Unilag, please, because he has to go. Thank you very much. Can we take his number? He's done really well in his exams, so he'll be leaving to go to Unilag, still be a part of the JBS Gerontology Center family. I just had to bring them all up here. You know, this is just a fraction of our team. We've got a huge team. And I must say that they're doing a great job. Because, you know, I go and come. I'm 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Of course, people will complain. We're Nigerians. There's always something wrong with an admin or something. But, you know, overall, the successes we've had in that place have been beyond, I mean. Dr. Adeniyi, you refer all your patients to us, isn't it? She's a celebrity GP. And middle of the night, 10 p.m., Dr. Ajala, sending this person to the center. Ah, okay, Dr. Ike is around, you know. So thank you all. So thank you, everybody, for attending and for still being here. I can't believe that the hall is still full. You know, we will do this again next year by God's grace. We had a 1-year break. And also, I encourage you all to join the Healthier Aging Network. We're going to try, because I am really passionate about people aging well. Because what I have seen since coming to Nigeria in 2018, I would have run away if I didn't, you know, because I didn't realize that we had so much frailty, so much dementia, so many old people doing really badly. So our job really is to educate us, you know, about how we can age so that we can, you know, the things we need to do so that when we get there, we're like Auntie Ronke at 86, running down Baker Street. She even has the money to be on Baker Street, so she's done something well. So, you know, thank you all, everybody, and that's it. We call it a wrap, and till next year, by God's grace.
So the team can spread out for a proper group photograph. Although Dr. Toyin did not mention some of us who are JBS by association. Omotayo Okeomi, JBS by association. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for the team once again. Thank you for the good work that you do.
We've been doing amazingly better. So thank you very much, Dr. Ogunbi, because bringing the ultrasound in has really helped us, as you know. We had no imaging, and now we have the ultrasound. And we're getting, someone just promised us a CT scanner.
Thank you. All right. So if you're here to get your goodie bag, please remain on your seats. They are currently sharing. And with Dr. Olutoyin Ajala's remark, we've come to the end of this very wonderful conference. Thank you for staying the course. Thank you for your support, for your participation, and your collaboration. My name is Omotayo Okeomi. I have the honor of being the Master of Ceremonies. And just like FCL, I'd like to advertise that if you need a professional Master of Ceremony, I am available to serve. Laura is my manager. Please see her as we move away from this all. We won't be taking the second stanza of the national anthem, so we're done. But do well to visit the exhibition stand. Oh, everybody has to, okay. Okay, so we have props. Maybe the audience. We have props that the audience can take photographs with. So that, please do well to pick a prop. Thank you. Do well. We have exhibition stands outside. I saw Leadway Insurance. I saw Aso Farm. Yes. And all right, thank you so much. Our audience can also take photos with the props. Exhibition areas, we have FCC Healthcare, we have Cleaner License, their stand is outside. We have FCSL, yes, FCSL, I beg your pardon. FCSL, the financial institution have their stand outside. And we'd like to say a special thank you to our sponsors. Thank you for supporting this event. We look forward to having more sponsors at the next year conference. Nigeria Breweries, we say thank you. Leadway Health, we say thank you. Aso Farms, thank you. Pelon, thank you. Duchess International Hospital. Uracare, thank you. Atlantis, we say a big thank you. And Glory Wellness, a very big thank you for sponsoring this conference. Our patron also would like to appreciate the patron for supporting this laudable conference. Please feel free to have photos with guests, with the props, and do well to visit the exhibition area. And if you are part of the first 50 people who came, I'm told that there is a free medical check for the first 50 guests that came. So please see Esther or any of the JBS team member to assess your free medical check. Thank you so much. I wish you safe journeys to your various destinations. God bless you and have a wonderful day. All right. Hello? Okay. So we can have light music, you know, while people have photos. We can do photo session with live music.